Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. We got ourselves another one of our Galactica style ships here. This one is called Battlestar Titan. So we're going to paint this one up. It's going to be a little bit more like this one, a bit lighter than the one we did last week, which to me this is more like, I guess you would say current era Galactica right here. So what we're going to do is, again, same thing with all of our panel lines that we created on here. We'll do the same here. There's not as many open areas here on the engine, and then of course over here on the forward hull, I think we can do some of that over there. I do have, I guess, still got my hole drilled over there. We're going to do the same approach as before. We're going to do some dry brushy stuff on here. We're going to let that set. We're going to do the spacescape on the base, like these guys right here. And then we'll, okay, good, I got some green stuff sitting out there. We'll kind of green stuff glue this thing to the base, and then we're going to get going on the rest of the stuff, like our lighter stuff here. Let's do our little dry brushy stuff first here. We'll start it off with a bit of radiant gray. So it's going to be this here, I think, some of the green, and then of course, well, Payne's gray. We're going to do that. Super dry brushy here. I mean, nothing fancy about this. It's pretty basic. What I like about these, I mean, they are pretty, what would you say, they're pretty sturdy. Well, at least this one is. There's really no weapons kind of sticking out or anything like that to break off. There are these little secondary mounts on the hull, especially on both dorsal and ventral side. I'm just going to do all this stuff, then we'll hit the front of it here. So again, we're just going to, I mean, this is pretty rough treatment here. That's why we're not using our filbert brush for stuff like this here. Because otherwise, man, that would really just, that would beat the heck out of it. Let these guys take all the beating there. I mean, they're basically glorified makeup brushes, right? That's really all they are. I know that there's some of them that they get fancy names and all that, and they're all shown as like these decorative brushes. No, they're just makeup brushes. That's all they are. You can pretty much just go on Amazon and just get whatever. These engine cowlings are going to be really different than what we've dealt with, I think, pretty much for all of the ships so far. Right, Landrast. So did that just break today, Landrast, or is that something that I guess so. Yeah, I guess that could have broken today. Boy, Landrast, the last Blood Bowl figures I can remember painting were the ones for the Lizard Man Blood Bowl team. That was that Army painting series. Other than that, geez, I don't remember anything. How you doing there, Dark Horse? Great to see you back. So hopefully you had yourself a nice weekend there, Dark Horse. I think you got to see some of the Army of the Dead, right, Dark Horse? Was it painting up 10 of those guys? Yeah, I was painting up 10 of those guys. Let me just do this here. Yeah, I pretty much, not really up to the latest GW news, that's for sure, Landrast. Hey, Kaz, great to see you back. Holy smokes. Speaking of how are you doing? How you doing there, Kaz? It's been a while. I know that the streams are, they kind of started at weird times and such. This was later than I wanted it to be. I was kind of hoping for 10:35-ish. But I was trying to get some prints going while we were doing this. Let me make sure that this gets killed right here, because I thought that was killed. There we go. Don't have to worry about that anymore. Dark Horse, the last, gee whiz, the last thing I ever saw of Hail Caesar, it was actually a father and son YouTube crew. They would film father and son battle reports for Hail Caesar. They had a really interesting flavor to them for sure. Great to see you there, Red Point. So happy Tuesday there, Red Point. We still got ourselves about 50-ish minutes of a happy Monday here. So it's still technically Armada Mondays. So the look, it's actually got its name on there. So Battlestar Titan, that is what this is called here. All right, I think we're just about good to go on this. Yeah, we're just going to let that off to the side somewhere there. Yeah, Kaz, normally, yeah, for folks from across the sea, it's typically it's almost more like, say, 2 a.m. my time at the earliest, because, like you say, it's pretty early in the morning there. That's fantastic, Kaz. I don't know who that person is. Hopefully, it's made things, kind of easy to understand. And Kaz, if there's anything that you wanted to post in the chat, same thing there, Dark Horse and Red Point. You guys want to post something in the chat there? Stuff you've been working on. Doesn't have to be oils, of course. It could be whatever you've been working on. Speaking of somebody, there's Deuce. How you doing there, Deuce? Great to see you again. So, Kaz, gee whiz, I don't think you've seen our whole Battlestar series. This is ship number 6, I believe. Here's where it all started. It all started with Galactica herself, and then here's another one. We did this one. We did Loki. So this one is an Ares class. I think this other one's a Ranger class battleship, and then of course we now have our vast collection of spacescapes. We've done 16 of these things over the last month. The last 4, we call them the Flat Thursday challenges now. So check this out, dudes. Yeah, we take one of the spacescapes that I did at Gen Con as a, we'll just say a little airbrush demo, and then we go in and we add all of the oils to them and such. That's great, Kaz. So great to see you there, Deuce. I know every time I see you there, Deuce, all I keep thinking of is, how different FDM style printing is than it used to be. Actually, check this out here again. This was printed out in FDM. Actually, the base was printed out in FDM. So yeah, this was actually printed out on the FDM printer right here. That is not resin, right? Recoil. Great to see you there, Recoil. So Recoil, the two teams that were playing tonight was the last college football game of the weekend. So get this, Recoil. So you had your North Carolina, or well let's go with the TCU Horned Frogs and North Carolina Tar Heels. Yes, that the team is called the Tar Heels. Just because I was, of course, our two teams, right, for Swampton and Barton as part of the APCC. Here we go. Yeah, there you go. There it is, Swampton and Barton, all part of the APCC, and of course covered by the Wampleville Sports Network. Everybody check out that Instagram that Kaz just shared. So Kaz, again, I hope that it's been super fun, for sure. Let's see. Well, that's going to be really interesting there, Deuce. Well, Deuce, of course, I mean, speaking of trees and FDM, right? Those FDM supports have come up huge. That's the other thing I have to try and do over the next couple of days is just make a ton of trees. And of course, recoil. It's weird with Suno and it's almost the opposite sometimes. Recoil with what am I thinking? Skynet, because a lot of the last one, it's been the first one that's the better one. So again, everybody check out those Instagram links that Kaz just posted there. Now, and Deuce, if you wanted to post something in the chat too, sorry, I didn't mean to exclude you there. So recoil, I'm pretty sure of the three I sent you, the first one was Skynet. Now, recoil, I'm going to have to go into Audacity, and I'm going to have to take away those last like 25, 26 seconds or so. That is something that I don't know if it does that to you, recoil, where it just kind of, and I understand that there are songs like that, where it just kind of goes quiet and then it goes into like a little interlude at the end or something, like for another, say, 25 to as long as 40 seconds. I don't know why it does that, recoil, because I didn't tell it to. I wasn't sure because I don't think I've experienced that as many times from Suno as I have from Skynet. So everybody check out again the links there that Kaz just posted. Okay, so now we're going to start to soften some of this just a wee bit here. Actually, you know what? I'm going to give that a second to set. I want to, I am going to go filberty brush here on this. Let me push you off to the side there. Because I forgot this, we want this to actually be a lighter. It's not quite classic era. But yeah, I want to get a little bit of lighter something on here. Yeah, let's do this side. So again, this is Battlestar Titan. These are free files on Thingiverse. Now, they're not the easiest things to print out. They're all one piece. And you best not try to print them smaller than this. Because even this is almost too small as far as printing these guys. Okay, there we go. A little bit more of it there. Now I'm going to just take this here brush and use that stuff that I've got out here already. And of course, now I got a whole bunch of... Wait, let me see if I can get rid of some of this paint here before I try to grab stuff. 1 second. Do I have a... I do have a clean paper towel down over here. So this was our this was our Saturday stream, right? Yeah, this was after no, this was our Friday stream. That's right. Yeah, this was our Friday stream right here. So the ships are not FDM printed, the bases are. So the base is FDM printed. The ships are resin. Now, if you printed them out gigantic, Kaz, you might be able to do them. Well, they're all one piece, Kaz. So like all the turrets and the weapons, even with FDM, those just would not print out. And again, these are all solid, massive chunks until they're not. So they're not the easiest of things to print out. We'll put it that way. And the Babylon 5 ships that he has, nobody's been able to print those out. Nobody at all. Because they're just way too... there's just too many tiny little things going on. Thank you so much for the raid, CC. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give CC Chisatu a follow. So we just got underway, 15 minutes ago. We're painting the base for another one of our Battlestar Galactica ships. Now here is the one we did last week, right here. Week before we did this one, and this one is kind of a similar era here as this guy. So this is Battlestar Titan. This one's a Ranger class battleship right here. Where's our Galactica? Well, it started here. It all started out with Galactica herself. And then I think, was this the second one we did? This Ares class monitor? I think, yeah, this was the second one we did, this Ares class monitor here. These are all resin printed. We just, a few days ago, we painted this on our Friday stream right here. Also done with the oil paints. Same oil paints that we've got right here. Nice to see you there, Arid. Hey there, Renlor. So Renlor, I saw Armored Wolf had a bit of a victory. I also have a surprise, Renlor. Yes, I also have a surprise because it is Armored Wolf's birthday. So if he shows up in the stream, we have something for him here. Yeah, that's for Armored Wolf when he shows up. Everybody be sure to type all kinds of happy birthdays in the chat for Armored Wolf there. So it's a little surprise for him right there. And again, everybody please give CC a follow. And of course, CC, if there's anything you want to share in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Now we're going to start doing some blending here. Oh, there we go. Well, in that case, everybody say happy birthday to Armored Wolf. Yes, indeed. Bestest moderator on Twitch. Victorious. Best in category at DragonCon. Was it the Golden Dragon, Armored Wolf? So yes, Armored Wolf follows up the big win, best overall at Gen Con with best in the Masters category, by the way. Yes, that was because Armored Wolf has been winning too many trophies. They put him in the Masters category, and he managed to win that. Now, Arid, if you want to share your Pinterest link, please go ahead. So everybody say happy birthday to Armored Wolf. So best in Masters category and best in show Masters. Look at that. Now, Armored Wolf, I know Charity, actually, there's a picture. I saw it on Facebook. Yeah, Armored Wolf, if you can share that Facebook link there in the chat, then people would be able to see that. Everybody check out the Pinterest link also that Eridicamwife just shared. And please give Eridicamwife a follow. So yes, indeed, it's a big day for Armored Wolf with yet another massive win. Always well deserved. And that was that fabulous Blood Bowl figure with the dirty down and all the other nifty effects. So again, everybody please say congratulations to Armored Wolf. Yeah, sir. And also too, there is now an Armored Wolf figure. Yes, there is an Armored Wolf STL file, which I can send to folks. If you also want your, actually I have. There's also a Wapelia Spellbrush. Oh, that's it. Yes, Recoil. Yes. Let me. I got it. Obviously, I'll have to send it via email. But yeah, folks get me their email, then I can send you the Armored Wolf figure. I can send you the new Wapelius Spellbrush figure. Everybody check out that Discord link that CC just posted. CC, that sounds fantastic. Actually, Arid, were you hanging out in CC's stream there? Because, well, Arid also does fabulous jewelry. Well, I'm glad that you were able to defeat that. Actually, speaking of, well, I found a Titan. Since it's still September 8th is the fabulous sale on my mini factory. I actually found a Titan, and people have been asking me about painting Titans with the oils. Well, now I got one I can print. Again, so everybody please also give Eridicamwife a follow and CC. And again, CC, thank you so much for the raid. That is, of course, very much appreciated. And again, everybody give Armored Wolf congratulations and happy birthday. Much deserved victories there. Rico, yep, I got that. I saw the preview picture there, and in the actually. Oh, hey, geez, I don't know. I don't think you can share it there, Recoil, because I don't think it's posted to your Insta, right? Well, it's at first I was thinking like almost like a chameleon skink there, Recoil. So yeah, I have a Titan now, so we can do all the like the super freehand on the shoulder pads or whatever, like everybody else does, which we've never had a chance to do before. Yeah, we're gonna have a chance to do that now. That's gonna be super fun. So I think we're all caught up there. So again, everybody please give CC and Arid those follows. And everybody check out the Discord link that CC posted. And of course, more birthday congratulations to Armored Wolf. Nice to see you there, Trash. How was ReaperCon? Everybody say hello to Trashorama. Now, Trash, how did ReaperCon go for you? I'm sure it was fun. I'm sure it was super fun. And if there's anything you wanted to share in the chat there, Trash, please go ahead. Now let me get all this stuff out of here. So on the FDM side, it is the Bamboo Carbon X1, which apparently is on sale right now for 800 bucks. Then on the resin side, I have two ancient Anycubic Mono X printers. And yes, they are ancient Anycubic Mono X printers. But Anycubics are very ubiquitous. I mean, there's literally spare parts just laying around outside on the sidewalk. So if something goes awry, it's really easy to get those things back up and rolling again. That's fantastic, Trash. Now, did I get you the Sauron one too, Trash? And Trash, if you got any pictures of that or anything, and you want to share that, please go ahead. So, Trash, sorry if I didn't get you all of them. I tried. There was a wee bit of stuff going on. Nice to see you there, Artemico. Why don't you post your stuff in the chat too? Now, Artemico, were you? I know I've asked a couple of times. You're thinking about maybe doing the streaming thing there. Actually, well, Renler, that could be really huge up there for sure. I mean, it would be huge down here too. I mean, obviously, it would be nice to have a brand new printer with all the the latest things like self-leveling and basically a little warning on your vat. If the vat's getting low or something like that, or the auto heating like that. I mean, obviously, just like the X1. I mean, the X1 has a lot of features that say an Ender 3 sure as heck doesn't have. So I do understand eventually I would like to have a newer one, but I have already a bunch of functional resin printers. What I need more of is FDM printers. Everybody check out the Insta link there that Arto Michael just shared. That's fabulous, Trash. Actually, Trash, I'll try to get you the new Wapelius Spellbrush figure. Well, there's going to be several Wapelius Spellbrush figures. Oh, and also Trash. I'm going to try to make new Kathy figures. So we're going to try to basically, especially for Gen Con, we've committed to doing basically a new Kathy diorama each year. And obviously, we have this same figure. Uh, I could even try to do something where the armor is similar, whatever. Uh, but yeah, we need to have more Cathys, so I'm going to try to use the Eldritch Foundry to make more. Now I'll have to sculpt the hair. There's no way. Yeah, there's no way. It doesn't have pigtails, unfortunately. I know I can ask them. Maybe they'll add pigtails as part of their hairstyles or something like that. But the other thing, remember, in Landrest, you might like this. Remember, I was talking about those sculpting dollies that Reaper used to. Actually, Trash, does Reaper still make the sculpting dollies? Because there's two different ones. There's kind of the almost just like a very simple armature, and then there's the very complex one that actually has a head, like the base of a head, and it has like the hands and stuff. But that's the other thing I was you could actually make yourself a sculpting dolly where maybe it does like the clothes and some other things, maybe parts of the armor, but like say some of the hair details or whatever, you actually finish that up with sculpting. So that's something I wanted to do there, Landrast, was use the Eldritch Foundry as a basically as like a sculpting dolly. That's okay, Trash. I don't use Discord either. Yes, I don't use Discord at all. Email is probably going to be their best method, Trash. They probably wouldn't be doing Facebook Messenger and Instagram. And Trash, I've got many more. Oh, what the heck are they? I have many more of these that don't have any kind of sculpts to them. So if they're interested in sculpting these at all, also Trash. We also need to have this sculpted. Oh, and there's another thing, Trash, we need to have sculpted. Now, this, I don't think we can ever have this made. That would be this. So, yeah, we need the autocorrect monster. So, yeah, we need to have that sculpted too, Trash. So, if that's anything that would interest Bob or something like that. So, thanks, Trash. Really appreciate that. And like I said, actually, ooh, Trash, I gotta talk to them. All kidding aside, Trash. Now, I don't think their kids were affected by the floods here, because I think they live way out in the northern suburbs or something like that. But just, yeah, that's if anything else, like just a wellness check, so I can ask them, hey, did your kids survive the two floods here? I would think that they did. So yeah, Renlor, we need to make and oh, by the way, that was done by Recoil right there. So you have Recoil to thank for the original autocorrect monster, and of course, Recoil did this because what is life like, Recoil? It's like juggling flaming chainsaws. Yes, that is what life is like. And I'm gonna actually have these for Adepticons. This was a test run. I'm gonna try to do more of the. Oh, and here again, here's So in October, so late October, Kathy's birthday, we want to have some kind of a live celebration stream, something like that, and we want to include the fabulous Lord of the Rings gummy bears. So they're still there, huh? Trash, because actually, Trash. Kathy and I both used those. Actually, Kathy might have used that to sculpt the tiny Kathy. But yeah, I was thinking of doing like basically a sculpting dolly where I do most of it with whatchamacallit with the Eldritch Foundry, and then I do the rest the old-fashioned way with green stuff, epoxy sculpt, whatever. There's a starter one, the advanced one, so they still have the oldest. Oh wow, Trash, that's pretty wild. They still have the old one. That is very cool. Nice to see you there, Doji. Doji, if you, as always, if you want to share some of your fabulous oil painted stuff in the chat, and again, everybody, for the new folks in chat, it is Armored Wolf's birthday, and you need to give him triple congratulations, because it's not just Armored Wolf's birthday. Also, Armored Wolf won Best in Category, Best at Show at in the Masters at Dragon Con in the Golden Dragon. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, Golden Dragon. So everybody give congratulations to Armored Wolf there. Hmm. Yeah, no, we'll leave that. We'll leave that be. We'll leave that be. And let's do some more of this here. Now, blending brush. Yeah, we'll just use this guy. Let's just use this one right here. There we go. More here. Blending brush, like you do. So yes, multiple celebrations, and of course, I think we can cancel the College Football Hall of Fame ceremonies for Bill Belichick there, because the Tar Heels got curb stomped by the Horned Frogs. Yeah, that was pretty ugly. I do believe at one point in the fourth quarter, I think it was 48-14, something like that. Everybody check out the Discord link that Doji just shared. Fine. Yeah, well, we needed to kind of spread that out a little bit anyways. Whatever. No big deal. Again, using this as a bit of a blending brush here. Nice to see you there, Mom. So, Mom, we're celebrating Armored Wolf's birthday, because yes, it is Armored Wolf's birthday. And great to see you there, Mom. Happy Tuesday. So again, everybody check out that Discord link. Discord link that Doji just shared. Fabulous oil painted miniatures. Those are looking really good there, Doji. Yeah, those are looking really good. Just getting a little bit of the darker green in here. We'll do some spatter stars for Spatterstar Galactica here in a sec. Hey, Bear Necessity, how you doing? So Bear Necessity, check out that. Is that an instant? It's a Google Drive link. So Bear Necessity. You know how we talk about doing value studies all the time. Hopefully that was very helpful. So that was a titanium white and burnt umber. This one was it was brilliant yellow, pale, and Van Dyke brown. That's right. So just one light color, one dark color. Do yourself a value study. And again, check out that link that Bear Necessities just shared. So Bear Necessity, I hope that really that was able to kind of I don't know, give you some insights. That's maybe the word I'm looking for. Yeah, some insights. And Mom, I hope you're doing well. So Mom, get this: the tomato plants, they are officially up to my eyeballs. Well, at least like the first one that I put in. Yes, it is up to my eyeballs now. I would guess that if it keeps going on this trajectory, by the end of this week, it might be as tall as me, if not taller than me. That was not what I expected, because the tallest tomato plant I've ever had was maybe up to my waist, maybe a little past that. So this is insane. Apparently, like I said, this is an agriculture channel now. Of course, since Big Acrylic is trying to shut us down, Recoil, wouldn't you say that Big Ag is going to be after us? Actually, Recoil, I have not had a chance yet to create that the Wampleville Produce Mart sign. Yeah, I need to do that, Recoil. We need to have our Wampleville Produce Mart sign. Let's see the now the necessities. Remember, uh, don't be a hasty little hobbit, right? Don't be hasty. Sometimes, again, if you have, well, even here, right? We're even giving this a while to set. Then after we stop fooling around with this, we're gonna go to that, right? After we get the glaze stuff on there, we'll go back to this. So it's constantly a little bit of back and forth. And I know it's hard to resist wanting to just kind of keep rolling because the oils let you do all the wet blending, right? Bare necessity. And I know it's super tempting to keep rocking and rolling. But sometimes it actually is best to just kind of go, time to take a chill here. Maybe do something else. It's crazy, recoil. I cannot believe they keep growing, and it's cooled down a ton too, and they keep growing. Yes, the Wappleville Produce Mart. Actually, recoil. I think I need to create another graphic for the Wapple Kitchen. Oh, there we go. Oh, recoil. The Wappleville School of Culinary Arts. I don't know what those initials. Let's see. WSCCA. Whiska. That's there you go. Well, that's like a whisk. So Whiska, yes, the Wappleville School of Culinary Arts. Somebody needs to send me an email reminder to to create that stupid graphic because that's just too good to pass up. That is way too good to pass up. All right, let me get a blending brush for this here of some kind. Maybe you even. All right, here. Yeah, we'll have to certainly, and it's not just a graphic, right, recoil. We actually have to have like one of those stupid kitchens. Yep. We need something like that for sure, recoil. All right, let's get our Battlestars out of harm's way here. 1 second, because again we're doing some Battlestar Galactica here. And once again, we have one of our fabulous brush. I mean, again, you would expect to pay at least $200 for a brush with all of these features here, but we got these again on sale, two for $700. It's a special Labor Day sale. It's only available tonight, so you want to capitalize on that as soon as possible. Now we're gonna get ourselves a little bit more of this here out here because well, it's got a whole bunch of yellow in it now. So let's get this out here. We got some thinner. All right. All right. Let me do this. Thinner here. Boom. We got spatters. A little more. Do we have spatters now? Yeah, we got spatters now. All right, here we go. Battlestar Galactica. There you go. Spatters. Hey there, Hook. Great to see ya. So, Hook, I hope that everything was super successful at Nova there. And again, if there's anything that you wanted to share in the chat or something like that from Nova, please go ahead. All right. Good enough. Now let me get a little touch of some even lighter here for our large stars here, like this guy. There we go. Now that's fantastic, Hook. I'm sure that was super fun. And again, Hook, if there's anything you wanted to share, stuff that you did at Nova, what was it? Is that called the Capital Palette or something like that? I think that's what it's called. Okay, so there we are. Now we need to... here's our Battlestar, and this is, well, much like, well, we got two super exciting things that we're going to do here. We're going to mix some green stuff, and then we're going to mix thinner together with just some of our Payne's gray and a little bit of our black. Let me get a touch of water out. There we go. Well, I wanted a touch, not that much. So yeah, bare necessity, it is really, really, really important to do that, kind of a little bit at a time, right? Just a little bit at a time. And again, what we want to do is get some green stuff here so that when the glue attaches to it, it kind of flash cures the green stuff. It fills in gaps. And also, too, now I don't have to sit here hanging on to it like an idiot, looking like we're frozen or something like that. Okay, so I think we got that pretty well mixed up. So now, again, we're going to do our glue, green stuff, glue trick here. First, let me make sure. Okay, we got to cut that down a little bit more. Let me grab these pliers here. Cut that down some. I think that's going to fit in there now. Mostly to the bail. Okay, a little bit more. Yeah, Hook, I know you've been kind of going back and forth again, right? Bare necessities, yeah, even if you're just prepping other stuff, sometimes that is enough too. Just doing some prep work on things or basing other stuff. Okay, we got glue and we got glue. And now we are going to get green stuff on here. Hopefully, there we go. There's our green stuff. Perhaps a little more glue, like so. And in you go. And then we just sit this here. And now while that cures, we are going to start doing some glazy stuff here. Let me get this off to the side also. Maybe we'll use this to mix up our stuff. So, some of this. No, more of that. Payne's gray. There. And then a whole bunch of that. See you later there, Doji. Have yourself a good one. I'll shoot you some messages after the chat there, Doji. I'll try and get you some more pictures of all the botany stuff there too. So Cam, basically, whenever you try to glue stuff, right, the two things you're gluing together are never flush. So the green stuff helps to fill that. It also does gap filling too at the same time. Like here, there was a giant gap in between where the peg goes into the base there, but I did the green stuff glue, and it actually filled that in already. It strengthens the joint, and again, it's also something that I use where you can't get pins. So like infinity figures, or even say creature caster figures, or even prints where there's just no connection point or very little connection point. Let me see if I can make this go here now. Do we have a little bit? I just need a tiny bit of this here. I'm going to set you like this. There we go. We need it at an angle. And now this is where we start doing stuff like this. So Camda, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So Camda, also too, give Camda a follow. Camda, hopefully you're that much closer to maybe doing some live streams there. Camda, there is a video. Just look up assembling Dark Sword. That video should have plenty of glue, green stuff, glue tactics there. So yeah, that's a painting Dark Sword. It's either painting or assembling Dark Sword, Camda. And I think I did a couple of those. It was probably part of some army painting series too. In fact, I know it was. It was definitely part of some army painting series. So you can see the difference between the engine section here and everything forward of that. And again, this is Battlestar Titan. This is one of those free Thingiverse files. Yes, these are free on Thingiverse. Nice to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. So yeah, Camda, if it weren't for the green stuff there, this thing would literally be spinning around on that pin like a top. You would be getting very dizzy right now, Camda, if it weren't for the green stuff there. Now, of course, I could also use it to hypnotize people. So if you suddenly all feel compelled to, empty your bank accounts via PayPal, then we know that the hypnotization process was successful. Now, I'm not quite sure if these are I don't think these are well, maybe these are landing bays. This is probably supposed to be maybe bigger than Galactica. I kind of tried to go by his scale. You can't always do that because some of the ships were like 3 times the size of Galactica. Yeah, we have Hypno Train, right, Renlor? Now we have Hypno Ship. Yes, instead of a hype train, it's a Hypno Train. We need to start having some of those Hypno Trains. Oh, that's right. It's I guess this is what, September or something like that. I have no idea if they still do that or not. At least I think that's what it was called. So here, look at the difference here. All right, and again, this is just doing our little bit of glazy stuff here. Now, if we really, if we just keep swiping at this, remember it's going to mix with what is there, which is sometimes something we want to have happen. So you can see it right there, Battlestar Titan. Filling in all of the crevices there. We're getting there. So they actually dragged it across because I wanted it to actually do a little bit of rudimentary blending there. So great to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. I'm going to get me a little more of this here. There we go. So Camda, I wasn't able to film the video last night, but I do have everything set up for, and it's definitely going to have to be multiple stages of those that video we were talking about, Camda. I think I've got 12 colors, 3 sets of 4. I was trying to pick ones that were also, I think there's 3 staining colors in there, Camda. And obviously comparing the alkyds to the regular paints. And I was also trying to kind of go with the ones that we use the most right now. And then obviously there's going to be more of those for sure. Here we go. And now a little bit of gravity. Here we're just going to take that, we're just going to tug that down here. You can see I didn't grab any new stuff. I'm just taking what is there. And we're just dragging that on. Now I am going to get a little bit of new stuff for here. You can see that's got a little bit of wiggle still, so we have to be, we're not holding this thing upside down anytime soon. But again, literally with every single brushstroke, this thing would be rotating around in place. It would be insane. Uh, I'll try to get some engine glow on there as well. Because, well, reasons. Do we get the... Nope, we did not get the underside of that. Now we did. Oh, didn't get the underside of this either. Now we did. There you go. I think it's going to be very informative, Camp, because it's not all in one place. I have done those kind of things, but there's been no one single video with that kind of information in it. And again, Trash, I hope that the MSP stuff worked out well for you. I'm guessing there were more entries, like every year, right, Trash? There's always more entries than every year before. Alright, we got that now. We might try to do a little bit of glowy stuff back here. So we're going to take you, going to move you out of the way so that no accidents happen, because accidents will happen. Maybe this will work. Nope, that's not the... This is the one I was thinking of here. So actually, it's going to be interesting. We're going to see Severus Blue versus the Paul Rubens Sky Blue. That's going to be interesting. So yeah, Camda, I think the first test of Radiance, Radiant Green, Radiant Violet, because those are the two most common ones. And I think I've also got Radiant Blue. Then we'll get into things like a Radiant Magenta, the Radiant Yellow or whatever. We'll get into those other ones. I figured, Camda, that since you have Severus Blue, that could be mighty interesting, because you've seen the power of the Severus Blue. Again, it's not a cheap color, but it's still cheaper than Cerulean Blue, and I think it's a way more effective than Cerulean Blue also. Fine. Stick that in there too. And then we'll just have to kind of leave this alone back there. Okay, so yeah, we've got, you can see how shiny that is, right? Not going to be shiny for long, but that means that might actually maybe even go down here and do a little bit more on our fabulous spacescape there. Again, don't be hasty little hobbitses right now. Where's our... that's the one I'm looking for. So we're pretty much going to go... You can see how much lighter we're going to get from here. We're also going to add some panel lines. It won't quite be panel line Galactica, not like what we did with this Ranger class battleship here, but we're going to do a little bit more of on the clouds there on the base too, I think. We are this one. I'll go with this one here. Let me get more of this paint off of here. All right, here we go. Now back to our. This is our Puro Orange here. And Puro Orange, not a cheap color. It's more expensive than cadmiums by a wide margin, it seems. That's oh, I'm glad you got an illustration too there, Erdemichael. Erdemichael, I'm glad that you've been able to grab the commission stuff. I know that was kind of, you were sort of wanting it sooner rather than later, because there wasn't going to be a later, right? If it got too late. So glad that manifested itself for you. Now the bolt action squads, are they? I guess are they early war, mid war, late war? Probably late war. It seems like that's what everybody's interested in. Is always late war stuff. Now, of course, for some of us, late war is like May of 1940, but well, that's definitely late war, Arda Michael. If it's conflict 47, I mean, I guess that is kind of the latest hotness, right, Arda Michael? The K-47 stuff. I don't know. Was there a new starter box or something, or are they just kind of updating some of the existing stuff? All right, so again, I'm just kind of working in a little bit more of our orage out here. Well, now it depends on how pricey you want to go, but if you want to go a little bit less pricey with so Mars Yellow Deep for sure. Where's my there it is. Van Dyke Brown for sure. And well, of course there's our Cobalt Teal Bluish would be also very fun, but Brilliant Yellow Pale is one. Oh, yeah, there you go. Those, if you're going to get only three, let's see, that's a Series 3, Series 2, Series 1. So these are also not terribly expensive. Van Dyke Brown, Mars Yellow Deep, Indian Yellow. There you go. Now, if you want to go pricier, well, that would be things like Severus Blue. That would be things like Pearline Crimson, Pyrrole Orange. Oh, Arda Michael Egyptian Violet. Now, again, that's going to be pricey. So you could substitute in Egyptian Violet maybe for the Mars Yellow Deep. If the price is not really an object, if price is really not an object, then I would say Puro Orange. So it's a not well Pearline Crimson and Egyptian Violet. Now, of course, you will have to sell off a few possessions to get those. But I mean, camping is fun, and kids need a camping experience. So just sell the house, get those, and again, the kids will have a fabulous camping experience for a couple of years. Because Arda Michael, right, Egyptian Violet is the king of violets. Everything else is just purple. And if you think it's a joke, try doing a little staining exercise, right, Arda Michael, with the Egyptian Violet versus any kind of dioxazine violet. They're not the same. Actually, the violet is one of the colors, Camda, that is going to be in the video. It's just a diox violet. It's not the Egyptian violet. There will eventually be, and actually there is a video, right, Camda, that does show a comparison between regular diox violet and an Egyptian violet. And again, all oil paints are generational, as in multi-generational, as in your great grandkids a few centuries from now will probably still be using those. So there is value there too. There is immense value there. Now, of course, I don't know that pure orange. It's awful hard to get out of the brush there too. Here, I'm gonna really get after this with some cleaner there. All right, there's our and some green. Now this is super dry brushy here. As in, this is like straight out of the tube. There's no thinner on this whatsoever. And even then, you can see that it's still very much mixing with what is on there. Now, what I'm also trying to do is kind of, even at this point, create some panel lineage maybe. we go. And by the way, we just crossed the 1 hour plateau. 1 hour ago, there was nothing on the base. There was nothing on the ship. There was nothing on anything. There was just the dark green primer that we've pretty much been doing on everything. Well, dark turquoise. Not really dark green, more of a dark turquoise. Just going to start feeling out some lighter stuff. Here, I got to keep refreshing that brush, though. And again, that is just virtually just straight paint out of the tube there because of all of the... I mean, ideally, I'd be working on another ship right now. I go to another ship and then come back to this. But that's not quite an option here. We'll do what we can. Where's it? Ah, yeah, here we go. Let's do a stability test here. Yeah, see that still has got a little bit of a wiggle to it there. You know, I'm also going to do this. I want to make sure that our green stuff is not getting attacked by too much of our little glazy thing there. So I'm just going to do a bit of that. Okay, good enough. Good enough. So you can see in some of our flat areas here, there's no actual shape sculpted in there. That's where we'll try to get some of our fabulous panel lines going. Or Aztecing, as they might also say. Back to the green, I guess. So glad, Arda Michael, that you were to get the score a couple of more the commissions there. Now, is the Lord of the Rings scene still holding steady there? Is that kind of now dropped off? That we're pretty far removed from, well, the sort of reboot. Something tells me that a game with that kind of reboot ain't going to be a game very long. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Next video is going up sometime tomorrow. Well, I think for overseas folks, that would be Wednesday. For folks here, it would be tomorrow evening. Let's see if I can't quite draw it across there yet. It's still too glazy for right now. Which is fine. Oh, you can see how much of that darker stuff comes back via the brush there. Now here, see that's starting to stick a bit more. Why? Because this was the very first area that we hit with our glaze stuff, wasn't it? You can see again the difference in timing. Much like comedy, timing is everything with the oils. And if you mistime it, it will be a comedy. Well, tragicomedy, I guess. I believe, oh yeah, when it happens to somebody else, it's comedy. When it happens to you, it's a tragedy. That's right. I think that's how that saying goes. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. Again, they're just catching a little bit of the lighter edges here, not too much. Gotta let that have a chance to set. Where's my back to my Light stuff here. So you can see that's covering there. Actually, I can zoom in on this. Maybe I got one zoom left. Yeah, let's just do that. Let's do that. So you can see that's not a solid sheet of same light color, right? That's broken up. That's what we want to be doing there. Look at all that dark there. Look at all that darker stuff on the brush. I think we need. Oh yeah, we do need some in there. Also need some of our lighter stuff over here on these struts. Look at how dark that got on that side. Holy smokes. Okay, so we can do that. Now we got to go back and refresh so that we can do this side with the same thing. Gee whiz, got to refresh again. The latest YouTube video was this, a massive series of experiments, again, where we did the subdermal kind of circuitry stuff here, and then did the skin over the top of it. That was done with an alkyd mix with our regular oil paints. And boy, with the alkyd, that dried fast. That dried real fast. And again, that's another FDM print. And we have a whole series of, it's called Printing Workshop, where we talk about how to merge the files, merge files like a plinth and the bust together in the slicer, then make it really big. And we're talking about plinths that don't even belong to that bust. Usually using something like the Nerixon plinth. See that? Able to do that much lighter now than it was just a little bit ago. But again, no thinner added, thin over thick, also vice versa. And this is the versa part here. We are doing way thicker versus way thinner right now. As in very, very, very different consistencies. Again, look at that. See, it's still picking up. There you can see so that dark. So we will grab ourselves the paper towel here, and we're just going to squeegee the stuff out of the brush. We don't want to use any cleaner or thinner or whatever's. Why would we want to do that? Because that's just going to thin down the paint. Now this has much more green in it here. We're going to start getting some of our fabulous greens out here, I think. Nice to see you there, 10K. Is anything you wanted to share in the chat there, 10K? Please go ahead. So happy, well now it's a happy Tuesday here. It is not a happy Tuesday for Tar Heels fans. The debut did not quite go as planned. Nice to see you there again, Sea Dragon. So hopefully your Monday was fabulous there, Sea Dragon. And again, thank you so much for being here, like always. No, we're going to roll over it this way. There we go. Wow, that's still got a ton. Yeah, even with the full-on paint there, it's having trouble adhering, which means we say, all right, let's move on somewhere else. And again, we have all kinds of congratulations for Armored Wolf, bestest moderator on Twitch. Because it's not just Armored Wolf's birthday today, Armored Wolf also took home some massive awards for the Golden Dragon Painting Contest at Dragon Con. best in category, won the Masters category, best overall, and all that good stuff. So congratulations on all fronts to Armored Wolf. More of that here? Yeah, let's do that. And again, we're already starting to formulate the panel lineage there. So yes, at this rate, Armored Wolf is, they'll probably say, well, you're not allowed to be in this competition. You've won too many now. You have to retire. Hopefully that string will continue. And again, I do believe there's some Facebook posts of said winning piece, whether that is from DragonCon or from Gen Con, one of those two, or both. So yes, many congratulations there to Armored Wolf, and now unfortunately I wasn't able to get it printed out yet, but we will be painting up the Armored Wolf miniature on stream. We'll be getting that printed up tonight. Well, at least one, maybe a couple, maybe different scales. So now we're starting to eke out a few little sets of panels here. Where's our? You can see we're starting to hint at these kind of panels. That's what we're eventually going to have here. Oh, well, let's get our red going here. Let's get rid of this stuff. So everybody check out that big old mech there, little Orky mech from 10K Oryx. There's an Instagram link, so go check that out. I'm gonna roll this way with it. There we go. Here as well. Then down. Boom. Enough said. We'll leave that for now. We're not going to keep playing around with it. If we do, that is not going to be bueno. Okay, I think we've got those about the same width and everything else. Do we have a... Yeah, we do have the emblem over here too. Okay, I figured. Oh, that's fantastic there, 10K. Oh, geez, 10K, I'm sure I must have asked you, some of the things you were thinking about doing at Adepticon event-wise. Whether that's tournaments or friendlies or whatever that you were considering doing there. I wonder, let me try something here. Nope, that is still... I think we still got to wait on doing all these secondary gun mounts here. Yep, let's not be hasty there. Yep, got to wait on those two. So we're going to move to these locations here. Well, Artemichael, hopefully you can get yourself some sleep. I know that hasn't exactly been plentiful of late, but thanks for being here. Here's hoping that you can have a super productive day tomorrow there, Artemichael. So again, doing some rudimentary Aztecing here. So instead of it all being flat, again, then we're going to go in and do some actual kind of panelage there. Sleepless Septembers, right, Michael? That's how we roll here. Hashtag no sleep in Wapoville. Oh yeah, Armored Wolf, earlier today. I think it was at 8 o'clock this morning, or was somewhere around there. The that Viking whatever monster. So thanks for telling me the name of the flavor there, Renlor. So that arrived today, and that's actually that is our medicine right now. I don't have anything else in there. It's just a monster because well there was not a whole lot of sleep the last couple of nights. Sorry about that, Arda Michael. I guess unfortunately they like to beat a dead horse, and not cavalry channel style either. I think they are mounted baristas. I think they would definitely qualify as that. So yeah, Armored Wolf. Well, since they're not cheap, basically half of a one per day. So yeah, I figured if it's one every 2 days, it'll make them last longer. Yeah, we're never unless we have no sleep, unless we're doing an Adepticon, right, Armored Wolf? Yeah, there's not going to be multiples of those in a day for sure. Arda Michael, I think I had. Oh gosh, what was it? Oh yeah, the Windsor Newton version of Ultramarine Violet. Now, obviously, using it now would be very different than when we first tried it because I was trying to use it for staining and stuff. As we found out, say with Cobalt Blue, it's not a staining color, but as a non pre-glaze glaze, it is pretty darn amazing. So yeah, you can see we're starting to get some stuff happening here. So yeah, Armored Wolf. If those were cheaper, I guess there would be a temptation, maybe to, shall we say, utilize it more. But at that price, it's like okay, yeah, we'll have like half of one per day. Yeah, I don't know if it was well that's Amazon price making it more, or if it's just not the cheapest stuff ever. Never actually had gotten those ever before, so it's the first time I ever got those. So again, doing some Aztecing here, you can see that it's getting a little bit easier to do that now, right? Because our paint is starting to set. Work this in here. Yeah, because I think right now at some point in this stream there, all you would see is the back of my head face down on the board here. Oh, there's another insignia back there. Okay, good to know. You know what? Let me start working a little bit of our green here. There we go. See, we were not able to do anything like that just, I want to say 15 minutes ago. Maybe even as low as 10 minutes ago. So again, you can see we have now starting to build in these shapes, which we will then magnify even more with some lines. So again, we're starting to do the Aztecing like we did on our Ranger class battleship. And I'm pretty sure that I think Gen Con was the first time I had those. Maybe I might have had one at Adepticon. Thanks, Grant Oracle. How you doing? Appreciate that. Thanks, Grant Oracle. So Grand Oracle, the sculpting via Eldritch Foundry is well underway. There's a Wapelia Spellbrush bust that I also did via Eldritch Foundry. Yes, you can do busts on there. There's definitely some limitations. We'll put it that way. But you can use it as an armature. It doesn't have to be the be all and end all of everything. You could just bulk things out with it and then sculpt in the exact details that you want later. And again, that's what we're going to do, especially for, say, the Kathy miniatures, because there's no setting for pigtails there. At least none that I could see. Let me do this here. Now, Recoil, did you used the free version of Eldritch Foundry, right, to make the football player there? At least I think so. It's possible it was not. There we go. And again, a couple more little lighter areas in there. So Grand Oracle, hopefully the weekend was a decent one for you. Hopefully it was a good one for everybody. Earlier, one of the things I did not expect to be doing today was digging trenches, but the neighbors next door decided to have their sewer drain thing dug out, and I was trying to help them essentially break down the massive pile of clay that's in front of their house. So I think I was out there with Jose for at least 35 minutes or so trying to bust that soil up. Now, Rico, you already have the Hero Forge one, right? Never used that. And the other thing I've got to start doing is figuring out, okay, how do I do the essentially screen capture for XSplit so that I can start doing tutorial videos on the Eldritch Foundry stuff. I mean, do you have any kind of initial thoughts there, Recoil? As a usually everything has, okay, this is more advantageous here in this area. This one seems to do better in this area. Oh yeah, I forgot about Titancraft there, Grand Oracle. On Grand Oracle, here's hoping that the printers still do, and I'm sure they're behaving themselves very well. Well, the hay gears anyway. Yeah, it wouldn't be. I mean, it's. It's kind of hard to come up with some kind of super whiz bang brand new feature that nobody else has. I wonder if it's mostly just ease of use there, Recoil. Some are easier to use than others. Can't try. Let me square that off a little. And you can see this was the first area, right, where we did our glazy stuff, and you can see this area is also kind of the easiest place for me to be doing this stuff. So there's a linkage there. Can always again use a blending brush to again try to take away some weird brush strokes or whatever, weird edges. start to get maybe a little more light, yeah, there. And this it starts to look more and more and more like a Battlestar. So Egyptian violet, Indian yellow, and again the third one. If you're thinking price is not an object, Perline Crimson is awful nice. But Severus Blue is a good one too. So something like a Severus Blue. I would actually, now it's going to be sacrilege, but I would avoid the Prussian Blue because it's just, for whatever reason, super shiny. I think the Payne's Gray is probably Series 3. No, it's only a Series 2. This is another one. This is kind of like, well, it's basically like indigo, but even flatter. Now, of course, we do like the Mars Black. I think the Gamlet stuff is almost exactly alike. But again, the fabulous Perline Crimson, again, all Series 6 of it, and Puro Orange, again, a price is no object, Puro Orange. The Cobalt Teal Bluish, I hate to say it, but I mean, you can do that with other stuff. It's not going to be the same because if you're using, well, you have to use phthalo green to try and create it. Phthalo green is ultra translucent. Cobalt Teal Bluish is ultra opaque. So big difference there. Grand Oracle, definitely let me know how that experiment goes. Eventually, again, we will be getting back to our World War II ships. We'll get back to them, don't worry. As much as I would love to print out more of these, they use up a whole ton of resin because they're all, again, they're very solid and very heavy. So I think we're gonna probably, I think I have at least one more kind of larger ship already printed out. So we can do that one next week, and then we might have to get back to our World War II ships, maybe. Not this coming Monday, but maybe the Monday after that. Yeah, look at that. Now I can go much later there with my Aztecing. Do some of that here too. Yeah, some down here. Now that one's supposed to go there. I do actually have the Payne's Gray Violet Grand Oracle. Someone, that was a gift. There's really no safe places to hollow out Rendler. Because where the drain hole is going to go. That's the thing, is there is some kind of detail everywhere. So yes, your only choice is to, okay, what part of the ship do I wipe out with a drain hole, or 2 or 3? Which still reminds me of the story of a friend of mine who was very new to 3D printing, and he printed out something that was very large. And I had advised him to hollow it, but he forgot that you need a drain hole. So he printed that thing out, and he was just about to cure it, As in, I was on the phone with him and he was just about to cure it, and I said, "Stop." I said, "Stop. At least drill some, put on some gloves or something and drill holes in that thing." He was about maybe 30 seconds from putting that thing into his curing deal. And it was filled with resin. That would have been interesting to say the least. And again, look at this. See how I'm able to hit this stuff with our lighter colors. They're kind of a mid-tone again. That's because that's had a chance to set. So it's definitely not worth it, Renlor. The time involved, again, that's the price that you pay for free files. I mean, they're fabulous. We love them, but since they're free, there's a whole lot of work that normally the sculptor would be putting into it that he obviously didn't do because, well, he wasn't going to get anything for it. So that makes that's all perfectly understandable. It makes the files way more difficult to use. But yeah, splitting these in half, that's a ton of work for zero return. Yeah, especially, well, when time is money also, the tiny bit of resin that would be saved would be basically surrendered by the lost time fooling around with all of those other aspects. Now again, some folks actually kind of enjoy doing that, which is it's almost kind of like part of the hobby for them. Because, well, they print out maybe a couple of things a month, if they even do that. That's kind of the typical person, it seems, is just doing a couple of things a month. Here it's 6, well, sometimes as many as 4 bill plates in a day. And I mean 4 bill plates packed with stuff. Between the two printers, it gets busy. Yeah, Grand Oracle, could you imagine? I mean, there's warping when these things are one piece. Now you do it in 2. That is just kind of asking for a wee bit of a headache, I think. That's where I'm going to go with that. I'm going to get me a little bit of thinner sitting on there. Renlor, I fully advocate that. I believe the last time I played any kind of PC game was in 2013. Yeah, 2013. So what, 12 years ago? And you can see how much I've missed it. Because it's been 12 years. And when people say, gee whiz, you get a lot of stuff done, well, that's maybe because there's other activities going on. Let me try to get me a little something lighter down here. Yeah, it was back in 2013. Oh, it was Civ 5. That's what it was. Yeah, Civ 5. But just think of the efficiency level that you will attain when it's just all painting all the time. Even lighter over here now. Again, in some of these areas of our Aztec, you can really see it there, right, Camden? Look at that. Boy, Grandor, was it last year or the year before when you first talked about that? And the countdown began, right, Grand Oracle? The countdown to liberation. Try to lighten you up a little bit more there too. Yeah, that's again, Grant. Now, then I guess the nice thing is, Grant Oracle, you kind of are. You've been able to build the framework because you did that. Remember the not a flea market type thing, but the one convention, right? You were able to kind of offload some stuff, reorganize some things. So I think you'll have some nice infrastructure in place there, Rendler, or Grand Oracle. So Valfira, boy, that almost looked like an AI image. That was like, there's no way that's just hanging off like that. So yeah, I genuinely thought it was some kind of an AI image or something, Valfira. So sorry about that. So Valfira, I guess, are you feeling like a North Carolina Tar Heels fan right now? So I think I'm pretty sure that Bill Belichick is not going to add an ACC championship trophy to his Super Bowls. I mean, what did that thing hit, Valfira? Well, Grand Oracle, that would be super fabulous. Now, Grand Oracle, what were some of the sculpts that you painted for him back in the day? And I guess, are they still floating? Actually, did any of them end up in the Reaper Gallery? There is a Reaper Museum, by the way. Actually, Trashorama, do they still have that in? I'm sure they still have that. Well, I don't know. That's not the same building anymore. There used to be literally a Reaper Museum. I don't know if that still exists. So yeah, 10K. It started out well enough. They actually got off to a 7-0 lead. There's one minor detail though. After 3 quarters, no, halfway through the third quarter, it was 41-7, going the other way, shall we say? And Valfera, the number of people that were talking about TCU was less than zero. That is just bizarre, Valfera. Now, of course, I don't have I don't have an Apple Watch or anything, or any kind of watch for that matter. So I don't know, what the life expectancy of those is, but I would imagine longer than that, right, Valfera? So Grand Oracle, those some of those might be in the Reaper Museum if it still exists. Again, I don't know if it went to the new building or not. But I can remember spending hours in there just kind of waiting for different things to happen. And we would just walk around in the Reaper Museum. Um, Now, I know that Kathy and I each had at least one miniature in there. I don't even remember what the heck they were, but I know we had some in there. Okay, well, at least you got some use out of it there, Valfira. And I'm guessing that it's probably not doing a whole lot of anything now with the front falling off of it. Again, you can kind of see here, we're starting to really look at that. It's getting closer and closer to our Ranger class ship. Look at that, getting closer and closer, Camden. Wow, geez. Oh, that's right. When I think they were still doing Dragon, or sorry, like Gen Con back then, right, Grand Oracle? Yeah, yeah, Grand Oracle. Go ahead and post those. Also, maybe Bearded Celt, if you want to post anything in the chat too. Why don't you do that? Everybody, please give Bearded Kilt a follow. And of course, Bearded Kilt, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Yes, Bearded Kilt, another one of our Battlestar Galactica era ships here. This one is, well, as you can see, Battlestar Titan. Let me see. 1 hour, 40 minutes ago, there was no paint on this. There was nothing on the base. There was nothing on our ship. We're already starting to do the Aztecing on there. Now, of course, our very first one was Galactica Actual. There it is. Again, all the little panel lines and such, and the Aztecing. This is actually number 6. So here is, I think this was our second one, this Ares class monitor here. And then again, we're heading towards something like this Ranger class battleship here again with all the Aztecing and the panel lines. And of course, this was our Friday stream. Yeah, this was our Friday stream. Saturday was college football and Army of the Dead. So this was our Friday stream here. Same oil paint, literally the same paints we are using on here. That's what we used on there to create all the effects. Thanks, Cam. Appreciate that. And of course, again, Grant Oracle, go ahead and post some links to those Reaper figs. Reaper miniatures were some of the very first figures that we ever painted, for sure. Back in the day, we're talking, 2000, 2001, 2002. Then in 2003, then was what was it? A Confrontation, hassle-free. Actually, well, and then of course, then the Lord of the Rings. Yes, that's when the MESBG came into the forefront there for us. And it's funny because still painting Lord of the Rings figures there. Velfera, is this the same vehicle as had to do all that other stuff to it? It better not be that same vehicle, but I believe it is. Yeah, because that was a whole no bueno when that happened, right, Velfera? No problem there, Bearded Kilt. Kilt, if you wanted to share some of your older stuff, that's all good too, because it might be brand new for folks. So it doesn't have to be right now. The thing from the stream tonight. It could be something else for sure. Oh, that's fantastic there, Camda. So Negative Charisma, how you doing? And of course, Charisma, if you wanted to share anything in the chat too, same deal. Go ahead, do that. Yeah, Velfer, I guess also too, I mean, how much use is it going to get compared to, well, I guess what you could get for it, I suppose, right? Now, I guess start thinking about these, the emblems here too. I think it's almost about time where I can start getting some lighter stuff on these little secondary mounts here. So everybody check out those links to ReaperMini.com. Those are some fabulous Reaper miniatures painted by Grant Oracle back in the day. So yes, please go do that. Check that out from Grant Oracle. And again, now we're going to try to get ourselves some lighter stuff on these secondary mounts here. And I'm guessing that warranty is not a thing, right, Velfera, in that situation? Because of course not, right? That would be helpful. Now, well, Negative Charisma, here's hoping that well, it ends up the way you want it to. I know what you don't want to have to be doing, so hopefully that is the outcome that you get. And I don't know how long you have to kind of wait on that. If the tests are done, waiting for results, or if you have to still do the tests, and hopefully there's not like 20 of them, right? Negative charisma, and not this whole, well, we think it maybe is this and maybe it's that, even after the test. That's almost that's almost more annoying than anything else, right, Velfera? I think there was a few times where it's just like, okay, just decide one way or the other. So everybody check out that Reaper mini link there. That's that Grant Oracle did that with the craft paints there. Yeah, Grand Oracle. That's what we had. We had just regular old cheap, acrylic paint out of the tube. That was our miniature paint early on. Well, negative charisma. Hopefully, first of all, again, it's easy enough because you don't want to have negative constitution, right? Yeah, that's probably not affecting your charisma. It's affecting your constitution right now. Bearded Celt, it is possible to just grab a few, or you could even just grab yourself one of those cheap starter sets from either Gamlin or Windsor Newton. And again, Bearded Celt, even if you just have one light color, one dark color, you could at least do value studies. So there is value in doing this. And again, that way you would not need a whole bunch of oil paints. You could get like a tube of white, and you could get a tube of indigo, Van Dyke Brown, Mars Black, something like that, one of those. And that way you at least kind of get the ball rolling. As you want to kind of ease your way into it. You don't want to kind of go, okay, no more acrylics, and now it's only oils. Because, well, I still use acrylics all the time. Well, negative charisma, here's hoping that, like you said, all kind of works out the way you would like. Now, I think this might be our best view. Oh, let's zoom out, Valve here. Let's zoom out here. There we go. That's a better. So we will see what the impact is of losing all the green and the... Oh, look at that. I mean, there's a little bit of value contrast there. A little bit of it, but look what happened. Look at this. Look at that. Now, let's grab this here. Let's grab this one and we'll do the same thing. Look at the impact there again. And now that was just a value study, right? We would maybe some of those things wouldn't disappear because all we would have to play with is value, whereas here we have color to play with. So this and the hair and the skin, that's all the same value, but it has a different color to it, right? You got kind of a purplish gray, you got the reddish browns, and then you got the sky blues here. When you do this, you do not have those things. So if all we had was value to play with, that would look very different in film noir, wouldn't you say, Valfera? It never gets old, right, Valfera? It never, ever gets old. I mean, even when it's on the same thing, in the same stream. Let me zoom back in again. There we go. So that's why Bearded Kilt. Thanks. That was a. Appreciate the timing there, Valfera. As always. Oh, Valfera, we have to make a graphic. I think Rico already sent me the message. We need to make a graphic of the. It's going. Since this is a culinary channel, we're going to have the Wappleville School of Culinary Arts. Whiska. Yes, that's going to be a thing. So we want to have like the whole kitchen thing like you see on those TV shows and such. Yeah, that is going to be for Whiska, the Wappleville School of Culinary Arts. That's fantastic. Everybody check it. Is that? Oh yeah, another Reaper mini link there. Again, that is from Grant Oracle. Those are some classic Reaper miniatures there. Now, Grand Oracle, would you say that's in like the 0 series or maybe the 1000 series? I mean, they must be into the 5000 series by now. Or maybe 6, who knows? So yeah, Camden, we got some greens in here. We got a little touch of the violet, and you can really see the green back here. And there's actually going to be more. There's going to be more of that added too. So it's in the 10,000 series. Okay. Uh, was the I don't think they're still doing the Warlord stuff, are they, Grand Oracle? Unfortunately, Trash is not still in the chat, I don't think. Trash probably went to sleep because, well, it's 1 o'clock in the morning now for both Trash and me. So the Knights are in the 2400. Okay. I'm trying to think what were some of the last miniatures that Werner Klock sculpted for Reaper there, Grand Oracle? Was that obviously I think he still had his freebooter line, but and I mean he still has his freebooter line of miniatures, right, Grand Oracle? Let me do some more of this here. No, not more of the green. More of the. Okay, break that down some more here then. So again, that is essentially not radiant green. Look at that again, because this was the first area that we hit with our glaze stuff. We're able to do a whole lot more with that. Much more. Gotta start thinking about this, and that's going to be super glazy in there. And unfortunately, Grand Oracle, much like, well, I'm probably further behind on Reaper stuff than I am on GW stuff. Well, in fact, I know I am because we have the Cathay miniatures here, and those are going to be getting assembled this weekend. Not this week, this week. Especially Tuesday and Wednesday among the 10,000 other things we're doing. So we want to take that and we're going to actually knock that down a little bit. That's how much drier things have gotten here or set. And I did that there. Went, wow, that really overtook that. Now let's go more towards the violet here. We just did all that green. Here, let's go more towards a violet, shall we? And I think I can finally, yeah, that's not wobbling so much anymore. Velfera, believe it or not, we've got a video that I'm going to be filming. Well, I'm going to start filming some of it after the stream, probably. At least the color charts, anyway. And I've got a bunch of Song of Ice and Fire miniatures that are actually going to have their 3rd staining test on them. Yeah, eventually I'm going to have to print something out. Kind of like what Stila had, those barrels or something. Some kind of simple shape that I can print out for staining tests that aren't actually miniatures. Well, I could do miniatures. Maybe it should be Smash Marines or something. Jeez, Grand Oracle, I didn't know he was still doing stuff for him. Those were always some of my favorite minis there, Grand. If you check out, like a lot of the Reaper figures that I did, they were Werner Klock sculpts. Yeah, if you check out like some of the ReaperCon streams that we did, well, I'll have to get those and load those up on the new Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Oh yeah, Army of the Dead's going up there, and we also have this one. So as we welcome in AD Creations. How you doing there, AD? Everybody please give AD Creations a follow. So AD, hopefully, is this like your third or fourth stream back now, AD? It might be your fourth one, because I think you did one on Sunday, right? Again, everybody please give AD Creations a follow. And of course, AD, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And yes, AD, we have ourselves another one of our fabulous Galactica ships. Oh, 1 hour 55 minutes ago, guess how much paint was on here? You know there was none. That was just some dark turquoise primer. What we've been adding, what would you say, Cam, to the last 40-ish minutes or so is kind of this Aztecing and the panel lines. Right now it's mostly the Aztecing. We'll get to the panel lines probably in the next half hour-ish. Here was the very first of our Galactica ships, Galactica Actual. There it is. And here's another, I think this is ship number 6. Man, I can't believe this is number 6 already. And this is, that's an Ares class monitor right there. Oh, geez, well, sorry about that there, AD. Hopefully, sinus infection, all that's all gone. Where's our, oh, there it is. Like, where's my other ship? There it is. We need this one out here, because I need to see that for my insignia. So this was our last one, last Monday here. I'm going to move you over there. Camda, well, that would work great on rounded ships, wouldn't you say? I bet that's maybe why they call it Aztecing Belfair, because it's all very square. And if it was Mayan, it would be very rounded. Now, don't quote me on that. You can do a little bit of Google foo or something like that. Well, I know also too. All North Carolinians are in mourning as well. Not all, because I would imagine that NC State fans must have they must have been laughing at this. But yeah, the Bill Belichick debut at North Carolina did not go well. It was the Wolf 359 of debuts. Let's put it that way. The fight does not go well, Enterprise. Well, yeah, Velfair, because it's still obviously lots of square section on all the starships. I was just, I was imagining it would just be a bunch of circles. If it was Mayan stuff, right, Velfair? Just a bunch of circles. So yeah, that was an inauspicious debut for Bill Belichick there, to say the least. That did not go according to plan. Winning the game, not necessarily. It's the, oh yeah, now it's 48-14 in the fourth quarter. That was not part of the plan. No problem there, AD. Let's do some of this here. Now, Velfira, that didn't start with the Star Trek scale ships, did it? I would imagine that Aztecing was on, well, other spaceship models first, right? Or did it actually start on Star Trek ships? Let me do this here. Again, some of that's a little too rounded. We don't want that rounded there. Now I wonder here, let me see if I can, let me scroll out, here we go. So yes, now we have an Armored Wolf miniature now. So yes, and we're going to be painting one of these on stream. Here, there's a view of the back of it there. So yeah, we'll be printing out one of these and we'll be painting that on stream. Oh, and of course, everybody say happy birthday to Armored Wolf. Geez, we got it. We almost forgot. It's been a while. Yeah, so happy birthday to Armored Wolf, and also again, congratulations, because at Dragon Con, Armored Wolf was very successful. Best of category in the Masters, best in show, all the good stuff. So happy birthday and congratulations to the bestest moderator on Twitch. Which is why, of course, that's why he now has to have a miniature of his own. Which, of course, now Armored Wolf's going to have to paint that miniature. We'll print it out in a 100 millimeter scale. There we go. Now, what you couldn't see is on his base is a snowman familiar. So, so Armored Wolf is actually on an ice base. Because even though Armored Wolf is held prisoner in my basement, Armored Wolf is in Alaska. It's a dimensional kind of thing. It's an interdimensional hostage situation there, basically. Yeah, so that's a hostage situation that does not adhere to the normal laws of time and space. Now, it is possible that, let's say if Melissa does go to Gen Con next year, we might all need to paint an Armored Wolf figure so that we would have an entire shelf of the display case there filled with Armored Wolf miniatures. And of course, since it is an STL file and I can make busts, you could actually enter Armored Wolf in every category. Because we could have Armored Wolf as a tank commander. Again, you just make the figure. You don't have to actually make the tank in Eldritch Foundry. You just make the figure and stick him on top of a tank as a tank commander. I do believe that Armored Wolf right now is actually trying to delete the Eldritch Foundry website out of existence before this can happen. Let's do some more of our light on these crazy little guys over here. More of that. There's a bunch of these little guys. There's basically 4 of them on every little section over here. Now, eventually, who knows how many other custom miniatures there's going to be. But we are going to have some of those football players again from, what is it? It's Barton and, gosh, I've already forgotten our other fierce rival of Barton. Oh, Swampton, that's right. Swampton and Barton, the 2 bitter rivals in the APCC. Nice to see you there, Jack. Happy Tuesday there, Jack. These are probably still... I can play around a little bit with those. Nope, that's still... Look at this. See how dark the end of that brush is now? That means this is probably still a little bit too not set to be playing around like this. We're kind of pushing the envelope there. So great to see you again, Jack. Hopefully your Tuesday is off to a fabulous start. We would say smashing start, but if you're commuting, that's probably suboptimal. That would not be an ideal way to start your day. No, not there. Maybe up there. Fine. Get a little bit of lighter something there. Alright, we need ourselves a bit more Aztecian up here. Let's do that. Some of the lighter stuff here. No problem there, Jack. Alright, we're doing this now. Yep. Okay. A little something more up in here, too. Also, over there. And, also, and again, people get me their emails, then we can try and get these. I still have to print out the Sauron and the Pippin. No, it's Mary. That's right. Oh, and by the way, this might be our next ship right here, since it's already printed out. So yeah, don't be surprised if you see this one next Monday. Yeah, Camda, that is one way to avoid that. It's one way, right? Mafia, how you doing? Everybody, please give Mafia a follow. So, Mafia, how the heck are you doing? Great to see you. And of course, I know you just finished the stream, Mafia, so you don't have pictures of stuff right now. But if you want to share things that you've been working on, please go ahead and do that. Great to see you. So, Mafia, we are doing yet another one of our Galactica ships. Our last one was this one here. These are 3D printed. These are actually free files on the Thingiverses there. Where's Galactica Actual? There it is. So there's our very first one. This is actually our 6th one of these ships. I mean, and some of them are pretty wild here. That is one heavy ship right there. Again, that's the Ares class monitor there. And our last Friday, we painted up this here. Again, the same oil paints we were using on this Galactica ship here are what we used on that bust. So it was Trek, huh? Okay. At least I'm not totally losing my mind, right, Velfair? Everybody check out the Thingiverse link there that Camda just posted. That's where you can get these fabulous files. There are also Babylon 5 ships, but I don't think anybody's managed to print those out, right, Camda? I didn't even bother trying. I'm not even going to try. Unless it's maybe one of the Star Furies, Camda. Maybe that would work. Otherwise, I don't think so. Because I'm pretty sure he did a Star Fury, right, Camda? I think you even tried printing out one of the White Stars, too, and that didn't work out so well. You do this here. And a little something here. Boy, look at that. See how dark the end of that brush is there? That's fantastic, Jack. Again, if you wanted to share that or whatever in the chat, please go ahead. Let me do this. Oh, we've still got those emblems to do. That is right. Let me see. 2 hours, 9 minutes ago, we just started on this. Yep, just 2 hours, 9 minutes ago. There was no paint on this guy here. Now, amongst our animation, this is the first animation that we did. Again, should your post be unjustly modified by the autocorrect monster, you used to be helpless against him. There was no recourse. He could just go ahead and mess up your post, and there was nothing you could say or do about it. But now, you can expose the autocorrect monster to the light of day. Yes, indeed. You can spend a few chat points there and you expose him again. He is fearsome. He is deadly. He is also very cuddly, as you can see. Recoil, I still have to figure out. I got to look for a place that might do a stuffed animal version of that, or what, a plushie version of that. I think we need a plushie version of the autocorrect monster. Again, I don't know if there's places that do custom ones. Something tells me that if there is, it's kind of on the pricey side. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Jack just posted. Go check that out. So again, just trying to put in, none of these things exist. There is nothing sculpted here where I'm painting this. There is nothing there. We're just adding these to try and again create a little more sense of scale. Instead of this just being like a little, well, just like a little miniature, we want it to look more like a scaled up ship. A little more of our Aztecing over there. And something here. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. Try to maybe lighten that up a little. Now here, I think it is now high time to try and do some glaze to it. I wonder, will this brush work for that? Probably not. I wonder about you. Here, let me see if we can get a bunch of our white and some of our not Severus blue together here. Also with some thinner, like a lot of thinner. Well, hopefully it was kind of fun, Jack, to be able to paint something of that size and scale. I know it had to be kind of different and such, but hopefully it was super fun. Again, I'm just breaking down here a whole bunch of some lighter stuff here that we want to drop in here. Boom, look at that. See, it was just literally one, it was just dropped it in there. Hey there, Drex, how you doing? Great to see you again, Drax. So Drex, I don't know. I think you. Did you see? I think you might have seen the stream where we were doing the bust, or was it? It wasn't Army of the Dead. I think maybe it was our Thursday stream with the paintings then. But great to see you again there, Drex. And of course, Drex, if you want to post anything in the chat, go ahead and do that. Trying to drop in some lighter stuff there. That's fabulous, Drax. Everybody, please check out a link that Surface Tension's going to post in a little bit. Great to see you there, Surface Tension. And of course, now that we have some new folks here in the chat, they all should say happy birthday to bestest moderator on Twitch. That would be Armored Wolf. And congratulations again, because Armored Wolf, more big miniature contest wins at DragonCon. Let me do some more of this here. There we go. So see you later there, Jack. Now again, that's very much lighter there on our engine glow. And that was get just this sort of pin line wash type of deal there. That's all that was. Oh, wait, we got to do this down here too. Holy smokies. Actually, Kathy's mom mentioned the holy smokes saying there, and I told her about how you had mentioned it on stream, so she thought that was pretty funny. Okay, so now, there we go. Now we got some lighter stuff going on in there. Let me take some of this. Some of the Indian yellow over here. We need to start doing some lighter things on our emblems here. I mean, it doesn't have to be anything crazy. We just need something. Because right now we got nothing. That and well, and for Schmizzle, right? Right, Velfira. Oh, Wapolisms. That's yes, that's what those are known as Wapolisms. More of our yellow around the edge here. A little more in there. That's gonna be more of a reddish color, but for right now, we get some of the yellow out there. More of it here. And then we'll get that a little lighter, perhaps. Is there any? Well, I got this stuff here. I'll use this. We'll break it down thinner here because what was on there is relatively thick. I think we can get away with. Yeah, we sort of can, kind of, ish. Oh, there's another insignia, that's right. There's this one over here. We forgot about that one. Oh, yeah, Velfira, you wonder, an Amazon return on this year, right? Yeah, this year was not what was requested. Here you return it and get another one. Now you do have to drop it off at. You will have to drop that off at, of course, a UPS place, or I guess you could even do it. Drex, it's funny because we've been talking about the horned frogs because, well, as you saw, they did a number on the Tar Heels. Again, last I checked, it was 48-14, not in favor of the Heels. And of course, Drexia, I don't know if you've seen the Wampleville Sports Network, where we cover all things, well, Aussie rules and, of course, college football, the most sacred time of year. Look at, there's the APCC, the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference, which we cover here at the Wampleville Sports Network news desk. Yes, and here at the Wampleville Sports Network, we report the news before it is news, which is why we are the first to report, internationally at least, the results of the of tonight's game. The much anticipated game. Things again did start out well for the Heels. They got off to a 7-0 lead right away. What they didn't realize is that if you allow the opponents to score the next 41 points, that is somewhat negative to your chances of winning the game. We'll just paint everything a bigger scale for 2026 there, Camda. It'll just all be FDM printed in gigantic scale. So yeah, they were. Let's put it this way: you're almost getting like a Taylor Swift type thing, with the press box or whatever, the luxury box is showing a certain person. But once it got to be about 27-7, they stopped doing that. once it got to be, well, I don't know, 48-14, there were no more sightings. And I don't think there's going to be a whole lot more North Carolina games nationally televised for the rest of this season. So if you have a subscription to the ACC network or something like that, that's fine. Of course, you can always rely on the Wappleville Sports Network to cover it, though. Surface tension, not sure if you had a chance to share your fabulous oil-painted stuff there. If you haven't already done that, why don't you go ahead and do that so folks can see that. Now I'm going to bring that Aztecing down there. Let me change this up a little bit too. Okay, there. Also too, now this is almost set to the point where I can actually start to think about actual panel lines. Yeah, here we go, this one. So we can actually start thinking about some actual panel lines in there too. In we go with more of our light here. Now you definitely need a little more up here too. So again, Muffy, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Do this. Now what's going to be interesting is if we want to continue to do our what would you say, our Flat Thursday challenge, I'll have to film that video or something with using ye old airbrush. Let me do something more with this here. Yeah, like that. I would like to not just only have the lights here. I want to get something more in these recessed areas. And we did that on one of the other BSG ships. So everybody check out that Mastodon link there that Surface Tension shared. Get these guys. Somehow we didn't get a couple of these crazy little things here. There are a ton of them. And I might actually have to get something a little bit lighter in between all of these little crazy secondary mounts here. Sure, we'll lighten up this a little too. One of these panels has to be much lighter. I'll just hit that one again, maybe. Gotta do a little something lighter in there. It can't all just be. Whoops, that is a little too much there. Oh, look, we have ourselves an eraser. There we go. It's all gone. Hey there, Zombatron. How you doing? Thank you so much for joining us here. Appreciate that, Zombatron. And of course, happy Tuesday. Now again, this episode and all of the other BSG ships. Remember, we can't do Twitch highlights anymore. So this YouTube channel, this is where they're all going. The Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. There are no ads there. There will never be ads there. Because it's just kind of replacing what we used to be able to do on Twitch. Of course, there is a playlist there. So if you want to see the BSG stuff, all you got to do is go to the playlist instead of looking through a whole bunch of thumbnails. Thank you so much, Zombatron. So we're back to the tin cans again. Dude, still not tin cans. So you let me get this straight. You put a whole bunch of mostly humans, I guess, inside this thing, like thousands of people, and where do you guys all go to the bathroom? Let's see what happens on our big Gandalf 6 here. For Zombatron. Ooh, that was super close. That was very close. It was just about to hop over to a 6, but it landed in there as a 5 for Zombatron. Thank you so much for the follow, Zombatron. Nice to see you again, Lady B. So yeah, they took away the highlight function, and we lost 4,539 hours worth of highlights. So we had to find somewhere to put those things so that they didn't just disappear forever. That's fabulous, Zombatron. We also do paint 40k stuff. I mean, here we go. Here's some of. We painted up a whole bunch of 40k stuff here on the channel. Here's a little bit of Eldar goodness there. We got our. Oh, here's. Oh, look at this. Smurfs. Oh, yeah, where's our Oryx? There's our Oryx. There we go. So, yeah, we've done a bunch of 40k stuff here, too. Oh, I like that surface tension. I like that. Well, we have, unfortunately, the only Tau that we painted a bunch, but it was this Tau. It was a Battlefleet Gothic Tau. But still Tau, right, right, Zombatron? Nice to see you back there, AD. Zombatron, that is no problem at all because, well, first of all, it's supposed to be a fun thing, right? It's supposed to be for fun. And as long as you're kind of learning new stuff and you just keep it fun, that's really what matters, right? And then eventually, you keep doing enough, well, then results kind of follow with the fun. So surface tension, yes, we're going to be doing, we're calling this the Wappleville School of Culinary Arts. We're going to call it WISCA. And I'm going to make a graphic. It's going to be like one of those kitchens. Not like the, oh, what is that? The British baking show kind of kitchens, but yeah, we're going to have to do ourselves some kind of a graphic for the, again, the Wappleville School of Culinary Arts. I mean, oh, here we go. Everybody's favorite space croissant, right? There it is. Space croissant. So yeah, Zombatron, we're doing a Aztecing / panel lines. We'll eventually what we're going to be doing is some of the harder edges on those. So we're using the oil paints here, so we got to let things set a little bit at a time. Our first one was Galactica here, and again the panel lines going on, and then here is the Ares class monitor. Again, you can see some of the panel lineage in there, and then also to some of the Aztecing. Now this is again the same oil paints on this bust as this. There's no difference between what we used for this and for this. Also no difference for what we've also been using for our fabulous spacescapes. Again, this is our last Thursday stream, right, where we did 4 spacescapes in one stream. So I think Grand Oracle, the next airbrush workshop video is going to be that's going to have quite a bit of airbrush stuff in it, just not a miniature. No problem. In Zombatron, again, the YouTube channel. Well, there's 2 of them. There's the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, and then there is the regular main YouTube channel. There are hundreds and hundreds of videos on those. And by hundreds, I'm not joking. Because, well, there's hundreds of Patreon videos, right, Drexia? Thanks, Drex. I could definitely use a wee bit of this. Our medicine is a little bit different tonight. We didn't. This is not from the usual pharmacy. This medicine. This medicine came from Amazon, and it's called Monster. That's the medicine for tonight. Because of the whole hashtag no sleep in Wapoville. Thanks, Lady B. Appreciate that. So, Lady B, as I think it's been a little while since you last had a chance to stream, right? Of course, Lady B, if you've well, even if you haven't had a chance to paint any miniature stuff lately, I think you got some Instagram stuff you can share, right? Let me do some lighter stuff here. A little bit of lighter stuff there. Yeah, so much has changed, Lady B, with the printing stuff since you were last here. Again, now with a lot of it with the FDM printing, printing out stuff really, really, really large. I'm almost here again. That same bus printed out much larger and a very different effect that we did. Again, this is another one of our Patreon series here. So we wanted to have this subdermal circuit board stuff, and then over the top, it's basically a skin color, but you can see it's this kind of plasticine, shiny stuff that we did over the top of that. Again, very different from the other one. Yeah, Zombitron, even, whether it's acrylics or oils, doesn't matter. Maybe something like this, one light color, one dark color. Just do a value study instead of trying to do all the colors. Thanks, AD. Appreciate that. That one was, I wasn't quite sure how to physically do that effect as far as, okay, if I'm using the heavy gloss gel, it would have to be done this way. If I'm using and ultimately we went with the oil paints, and we used the walnut based alkyd, the alkyd, whatchamacallit there, the alkyd medium. So yeah, Grand Oracle, that was that same walnut, and boy, I don't know if you've seen that video yet, Grand Oracle, but holy smokes, the shine. Now again, that's why we kind of use it for our blood effects too. Mixing, well, something like the fabulous Perline Crimson in there. So yep, Lady B, we've done all of the larger busts are all printed out in FDM. This is one of the first ones that we did. We've also done the Wapelia Spellbrush bust, the Kathy bust in FDM. AD, the way I would do it with the acrylics is to take the heavy gloss gel that we use for snow, ice, fire, all those different things. I would just mix the acrylic paint with it, and that would kind of form most of it, and then there would just be successive layers, AD, of the heavy gloss gel or just gloss varnish over the top of it. So Lady B, yeah, with the printing stuff, it's it's very involved. I still do the resin printing. Obviously, that's how these are printed out. But even this base is actually done with FDM, because it takes a tiny fraction of the time. It also costs a lot less than a big chunk of resin. So I'm using that. This is with the Bamboo Carbon X1. The 0.08 layer height. Now I'm still using the 0.4 nozzle. I still have not used the 0.2 nozzle yet, but 0.08 layer height and adaptive layers. Those are the two key things. Obviously, the 0.8 layer height is the crucial thing. But also too that adaptive layers. Don't sleep on the adaptive layers. Zombitron, you can always. Oh, here we go. So Zombitron, you could just do them on a piece of board or something like that first. So you could try them out here first instead of on your miniatures. So maybe just try it on a board or even a piece of paper or something like that first. So yeah, this is right here. That is FDM printed right there. And it has that little bit of round. These are actually the same bases that we use for our Battlefleet Gothic ships. It's just made bigger, that's all. But yeah, it's the it's the same exact file. Now, of course, these are printed with the zero point .08 layer height also and the adaptive layers, so they take a little bit longer. If it wasn't, if I didn't have if I didn't have that setting, they would probably print out like in a half an hour or something. So yep, the top face is definitely partially rounded. Actually, I do have a Battlefleet Gothic Army painting series on the Patreon page. I just did episode 2. That is up on the Patreon page. Yeah, so episode 2 of that series is up now. So Zombitron brushes, and you don't necessarily have to go bonkers on super expensive stuff. We just have synthetic brushes here. Seems like a lot of people like the. These are basically just glorified makeup brushes there. I prefer the Filbert brushes, say like these. They're kind of almost the same thing. So Lady B, we've been covering sports for. This is also a sports channel. This is an Aussie Rules football channel, of course. Now, sadly, the Bulldogs, they lost too many critical games, especially early in the season when all the players were down. And then, well, they had it. All they had to do was beat. They just had to beat the Dockers, but they could not beat Frio, and well, that cost them their September spot. So thank you so much, Sophia. Appreciate that. Ah, so you're gonna call me a tin candy? He's like, no, that's the other guy. He smells really bad, doesn't he? He's like, I did notice something. What was that? Oh, yeah, that's the halflings. We don't say that word. I think he said pipeweed. Uh-oh, someone said pipeweed. What's gonna happen on our big Gandalf 6 here? Oh wow, well that's not usually what happens when pipeweed gets mentioned. A big Gandalf 6 for Sophia. So Collingwood, well, they went from like betting odds of $3 or something like that to 30 because they pretty much lost their last 6 games of the season. Yeah, it was a rough finish for Collingwood, and I believe that I think Adelaide now. I think the Crows are probably between them and Geelong. They're probably top of the betting odds now. Yes, and of course Camden is the far western uh, president there of the Collingwood fan club. Camden literally just has an entire yard of just like animatronic magpies out there. So yes, surface tension. Just imagine a kitchen for the Walpoleville School of Culinary Arts, just like. Whoops! Wait a minute. That's the wrong thing there. We want this. There we go. Just like this. Just like the Walpoleville Sports Network, covering all things college football and Aussie rules, of course. Now, of course, We cannot confirm nor deny that the president of the Collingwood fan club advocates for a little bit of footy hooliganism there. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Yeah, there you go. That's what you see on the Wobbleville Sports Network right there. Again, on the Wobbleville Sports Network, we cover the news, or we report the news before it is news. We were the first ones to internationally report the the demise of one Bill Belichick and his debut, as they say in Australia. It kind of went as well as the Ruse season, Camda. Yeah, except everybody was watching. And now Recoil is just he's like, wait a minute, what? I just heard the Ruse. What were you saying about the Ruse there? Gonna get us some more of this lighter stuff here. Down here. Little something on that edge too. What about in here? I'm gonna try to get me some more of that sky blue here. We'll just try to see if we can't do a little bit dry brush-esque on the outer edges here. Okay, I want a little more there. Look at, see all that darker stuff? We gotta go back. We refresh the brush again so that we can do this again. Now we need some of that in here, right? Because a little bit of object source lighting there. Also over here. Oh no, let's refresh that brush first. Boy, you can tell this stuff has really had a chance to set now. I wouldn't have been able to do this. Let's see, what, 2 hours, 41 minutes in? Yeah, it would have. There's no way we would have been able to get away with that a little bit ago. Now, again, here's our. This is a little bit different as far as our glow on the engine ports, our vents on that one. Now, I think we can maybe start to consider. Let's see what happens when we try to do some of our darker panel lines on here. Let's do that. So I do believe it's well, in your top four, so double elimination there. You got Adelaide, you got Geelong. I no, I don't think did Gold Coast actually make it into the top four? I don't think they're in the top four. I think Gold Coast is 7. I think Hawthorn is 8. I don't know if GWS made it into the top four. Brisbane probably in the top four. I guess the question is it GWS or is it? I think Fremantle is probably 6. Oh, Collingwood. Yeah, so it's probably Adelaide, Geelong. We need some more lines in here too. What they need to do is start splitting everything up into divisions and conferences. That would really make things interesting. So when we become the commissioner of the AFL, we'll institute that. There will be conferences, there will be divisions. Now, we won't base it on the kind of rivalries that are in the APCC because otherwise, yeah, Perth and Brisbane will be playing each other 3 times a week. That's kind of how the APCC works out. So yeah, West Coast and the Lions should not be playing every other week. Home and away series. There's a little bit of travel time there. Actually, when is Tasmania getting their team? And have they finished the stadium down there in Hobart yet? Again, we cover all things Aussie rules here. This is going to be our gray here. We need something lighter there so that the nameplate shows up. Gonna go lighter. Fine. Something like that. Alright. Now, let me see. Hopefully, that is not too much. No, a little too much thinner there. Now we got it. We'll be coming back with more light over anyways. Alright, now this is where we were thinking again about starting to... No, that was too much, but oh look, we have an eraser. Well, look at that. Just erase that away. It's gone. So see you in a bit there, surface tension. Thanks for hanging out. So surface tension, well, we do need the Welshlandic weather report before you go. What is the status of the Welshlandic Death Orb shield? Because yeah, this is also a weather reporting channel here too. It's not just a culinary channel. It's not just a Lord of the Rings channel. A Song of Ice and Fire channel. It's also a home repair channel. And yes, we were doing more home repair today. Well, it was more helping the neighbor with theirs. Ooh, yeah, we've got to reinforce some of these lines. Yep. So again, trying to pop in some more panel lineage here, where maybe there really is none. So the Welshlandic Space Agency managed to repair the anti-death orb shield. Then that's good. Yes, one of the more little-known space agencies around the world, the Welshlandic Space Agency. They only have one project. It is the giant shield that protects them from the death orb in the sky. Other than that, they show no interest in interplanetary exploration. And that's the only thing they do is raise the shield. Now, of course, AD Creations has also reminded me, whoa, wait a second, what about the Cavalry channel? I know. So yeah, I'm not around for a while, so you just forget all about me. Yeah, that's cool. How about I get my friend the cat to maybe express his displeasure? That's it's like I was summoned. I hear you're in trouble. Um, did you clean the litter box? Because if not, you're in more trouble. There's the most feared character in all of Wappleville. That is Prinkles the cat. More panel lineage here. We'll start with these first because this is actually sculpted in stuff here. Let's start with that. Ooh, there's another line we need to kind of reestablish there. Definitely Renlor. This would, well, technically I have done stuff like this. Well, actually, Panel Line Galactica, the painting, it was actually bigger than this. This would work on, yeah, because some of those Star Trek models, holy smokes. Some of them are ginormous. The saucer section would be alone. Actually, the engine nacelle would be two or three times the size of this. So Aztecing is generally done actually on stuff that's much bigger than this, when I think about it. Let me do some of this here. Something lighter there. Oh, I have to get some of a red there also too in that on that emblem there, that insignia. Do something here. More of that again. We're starting to lock in some of our panel lineage here. Because we were able to knock this out and again all of the general work here so quickly, less than 3 hours, and now we have ourselves a whole bunch of time that we can spend fooling around with said panel lineage and other details. Now see if that gets too thick there or something like that, we can always again just say nope, boom, it's gone. We can try that again. Make that a little bit thinner, a little bit less prominent, such and such. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Everybody please give Inganes a follow, and of course Inganes, definitely post your fabulous oil painted stuff in the chat. That would be very helpful. Again, everybody please give Inganes a follow. More of our panel lines here too. Yep, there's one there. That whole thing gets separated. That's a big deal. Look at the difference that made. Everybody check out that Instagram link there that Inganes just shared. Links Inganes we can always use. Well, again, this is a new type of medicine right here. Yeah, it's a medicine called Monster. Yes, indeed. And so far it has done its part in preventing any sleep streaming. So that's good. So we can call it an early success. Again, unlike North Carolina, which had the opposite of early success. Well, they did have early success with the 7-0 lead. The 48-14 deficit in the fourth quarter was less successful. So yeah, Ngani's, well, when you look at the nutritional value of this thing, basically I just say, okay, yeah, we'll have one of these over the course of 2 days. Because we also don't want to be like climbing the Sears Tower or something like that without, any climbing gear. Because you have too many monsters, that's what you'll pretty much be doing. The neighbors would be wondering why I'm peeling off their roof and redoing it at 2 o'clock in the morning. Some more of our panel lineage over here now. Yep, a little something like this. A little something like that. Blending brush. There we go. Just take some of it away. I think there might have been one day at one of the days in Indy that I think I might have had 1.5. I don't think I had 2 of them in a day. I think I had 1.5 in a day. Of course, AD, I wish I had about 12 of those at Adepticon, right? So see you later there, AD. Thank you so much for being here. Again, everybody please give AD Creations a follow. So have yourself a good one there, AD. And again, glad that you were able to do some streaming again. Hopefully it feels really good to be able to do that. So you can see how the panel line's now being reinforced. That does really change. And now we're going to do this up here too. Not too much thinner though. And that's going to come all the way along here. This is why we use our fabulous liner brushes. Which again, they are all synthetic. No sables, no sable brushes. Gave up on those a long time ago. Yeah, there we go. So all those edges now a whole lot sharper. And well, guess what? We're going to be doing a whole bunch of that during the rest of the stream. Refining stuff, sharpening edges, creating more highlights. Did I already? Okay, I already did that up there. We did that side too. And then here, guess what? More panel lines to be done here for sure. And not too much thinner. We surely do not, well, ironically enough, we don't want a pin line or panel line wash right now. So Inganis, we're going to be doing, I'm sure you'll be doing a few streams this week, right? And again, everybody please give Inganis a follow. Let me get that hit too. Same down here, more panel lines. Another one here. Yeah, that is much more stable. And again, that was the glue, green stuff, glue technique there. The green stuff, and it kind of flash cures and crystallizes. Especially because, well, the green stuff has moisture in it. And what is the typical accelerant for super glue? Oh, yeah, that would be, well, moisture. So that essentially what it does is it gets the two pieces to hold together so that you don't have to sit there for, I don't know, 20 minutes waiting for it to take hold. Because that's annoying. There's another one of our panel lines again. Another one over here. Let's do something like that and then cut that way. Another panel line there. And we're still going to get some lighter ones out here. So this one, what is this? Oh, it's Battlestar Titan. That is what this one is called. These are 3D printable files. You will find them on Thingiverse. They are not very easy to print. I will say that right now. And this is about as small as you can make them. You make them any smaller than this, especially with certain ships. Well, especially like Galactica and some of the other ones that have kind of a little bit of a skin on them. If you print them too small, that stuff just pretty much flakes off. Right, Lord Dave? How you doing? So, Lord Dave, I guess, have you had any kind of chance to rest up a bit? But I'm sure, like we were talking about, right, splitting that into two parts was way easier. And, of course, congratulations there, Lord Dave. Lord Dave, I don't know if you have any posts that you can share from ReaperCon. But I know you have all your, well, Song of Ice and Fire. There's also a Song of Ice and Fire channel. We were remiss there, yes. So yeah, Lord Dave, if you want to share some of your Song of Ice and Fire stuff. So Inganis is going to be streaming this evening. No problem there. No problem, Inganis. So yeah, glad that you made it back there, Lord Dave, without too much hassle. Like we were talking, the logistics. Oh, actually, Lord Dave, hey Grand Oracle, if you're still around, share those Reaper mini pics there. Some classic Reaper miniatures. Yeah, go ahead, Grand Oracle, if you're still around there. It was a while ago when you shared those. Yeah, Grand Oracle, why don't you share those so that because Lord Dave was just at ReaperCon. So there you go. Check out those some classic Reaper miniatures right there. Come up, more panel lineage here. More panel lines. And I know Lord Dave, it was a full court press to get that stuff ready to roll for ReaperCon. So again, even more congratulations because that was not an easy task. Given all the stuff's going on and everything, that was very, very impressive. So congrats again. More of our panel lineage here. Maybe even a teensy tiny little something something on these. Because yeah, that wouldn't just be one giant panel. There would be broken into other smaller ones and such. Let's try to reinforce some of these lines here. That's great. That was the 3 silvers, right, Lord Dave? So congratulations again. More here. Now, Lord Dave, I guess the other thing that is so weird about now is that they don't do the artist stuff afterwards, like the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday afterwards, especially Monday, Tuesday. Now, I think that was probably an Ed thing there, Lord Dave. Oh, that's right, Lord Dave. I forget that you get to see your scores too. But, well, double congratulations on that. Let's also say hello to Brushmaster. How you doing there, Brushmaster? Everybody please give Brushmaster a follow. So Brushmaster, well, you've seen some of these before. Our fabulous galactic ships there. Here, let's do our little zoom out here so you can see a bit more of it. There we go. So last week, this was our ship that we did. Believe it or not, this is number 6. It all started with Galactica Actual over here. There we go. So that was our very first one. Now we're on number 6. Holy smokes. This was our Friday stream right here. Same oil paints. The same paints on this bust as what we're using here on our fabulous Galactica ship. So this is a CA Sculpts bust right here. No problem. Now, Brushmaster, if you want to share something in the chat before you head out to dinner there, please go ahead. Now, our Thursday stream, speaking of spacescapes, well, we've been doing what we call the Flat Thursday Challenge, where we take one painting that's been chopped into 4 pieces, well, basically an airbrush demo, and then we add stuff to it with the oil paints. That was this week's. This was last week's here. You can see there's a different color theme on each one, because again, we took one painting and chopped it into 4. There was no planet there. It was just a bunch of little airbrushed stuff. Same thing here. Oh, look at that. Another different color scheme there. So yeah, these are some fabulous spacescapes that we're doing here every Thursday, which we call the Flat Thursday Challenge. So see you later there, Brushmaster. Thanks again for the raid. Let me see, we're 3 hours and 3 minutes in. This had no paint on it when we started. It was just primer. First thing we did was a little bit of dry brush on this with the oils. We painted the base. Came back here, did essentially some pin line washes, and now we've been doing ever since a lot of Aztecing, and now we're going to start to maybe get into some of our highlights, I think. Let's start doing some of that. So they're still there then, Lord Dave? Okay, that's good. And actually, Lord Dave, I'll have to send you some pictures of the stuff that I've been doing with Eldritch Foundry. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, but essentially you can basically sculpt your own custom miniatures. I've already made a couple of new Wapelius Spellbrush figures. So yeah, Lord, and actually, Lord Dave, I can send you. Well, you don't have. I don't think you have a 3D print. Otherwise, I'd said I'd send you the files, and you could print them yourself. Also, too, again, if folks send me their emails, I can send them the Lord of the Rings gummy bear figures, so that in late October, again, when we do our little celebration for Kathy's birthday, there, people can be painting up some Lord of the Rings gummy bears. Again, that will be late October, right around Halloween. Oh, that's right. We'll have to get some of our fast map white out here for some of our real highlights on the. Oops, there's my other brush. Yeah, we're just gonna get rid of that little bit of extra stuff. We don't need that in there. This is all wet into wet with the oil paints here. This is not acrylics. It's not like a. There's no zenithal or anything like that. This is just straight up oils from start to finish. And because these are, for the most part, alkyds, I don't want to say this will be totally dry by tomorrow, but it'll be mostly dry. In 2 days, it definitely will be dry, no doubt about that. Thanks, Lord Dave. Well, obviously, Lord Dave, I'm looking forward to seeing pictures of that too, for sure. So yeah, Lord Dave, it should be again super fun to be able to. Well, we want to basically do Kathy diorama, new Kathy dioramas every year for Gen Con. And, well, using the same figure over and over again, while there is an interesting challenge to that, that would kind of get a little bit repetitive. So, being able to make new ones. And the other thing, Lord Dave, we were talking about is not necessarily sculpting the entire figure with it, essentially making a dolly where most of it's there, but then kind of adding other key details that maybe are not there in the Eldritch Foundry site. So that should be fun. So see you later there, Rendler. Thanks for being here. Appreciate that. And Rendler, if you wanted to share your stuff in the chat one more time before you head out, please go ahead. I think maybe you got a chance earlier, but why don't you? That was a long time ago. If that's the case, why don't you share one more time there before you head out? Now we got to get this a little lighter down in here. That kind of disappeared just a wee bit there. Everybody, check out that Instagram link that Rendler just shared. So have a great time there, Rendler. More of our light there. Actually, so Armored Wolf, you got another Tuesday right at the store. Another paint get together coming up. Well, later today. Let me do this. Yeah, there we go. A little bit something there. Okay, just picking out a couple of these lighter panels, especially now that I've got some of the panel lines in there, right? Start to catch more of these edges even. Let me see. There was, remember, oh god, this was the early 2000s, right? There was like the one winter. It was like a Christmas theme. Sophie, they did a really big version of that. But I mean, well, now we'll be able to print up as many 72 or millimeter or more scale Wapelius spell brushes as we want. And like I said, not all of them are just going to be Wizard Wapelius spell brush. I want to have Wapelius as other characters too. I think we could have one as a paladin, of course, fighting against big acrylic. I guess we'll have to have a big acrylic monster, right, Camda? in addition to our autocorrect monster. Well, maybe not a monster, but an evil kid, like some kind of Sauron type character. Yeah, actually, big acrylic has never been shown in any form. It's just this nebulous organization. Yes, the noble Lord of Linseed, right, Lord Dave? Oh, is that the gelatinous cube there, Camda? Actually, while my niece was here for the wedding, apparently, what do they call it? Like, what were those fidget spinners that were super popular not that long ago? Now I guess there literally is. It's a gelatinous cube that you just kind of like squish in your hand and it pops back into shape. Yeah, it's a squishable gelatinous cube. Yeah, Lord, I'll have to send you the picture of the armored wolf figure that I did over the last couple of days, which was revealed today on Armored Wolf's birthday. So we again say hello, say a happy birthday to Armored Wolf, bestest moderator on the Twitches. Because technically, there it is still Armored Wolf's birthday. Here, it's 2:19 in the morning. We're now at 3 hours 11 minutes in. And again, we're starting to get down more and more into detailed things. I want, I'm going to do this here. I wonder, yeah, I think that actually does kind of work a little bit better, maybe. If we do that, you can actually see that now. You can actually see Titan there. And we'll get some of our fast matte white out here for some really, really bright things. Those kind of final highlights and such. More of our... Yeah, here, let's... we might need to come back in here with some of our darker stuff to get panel lineage in there. So see you later there, Inganes. Again, have yourself a fantastic day. Good luck with everything. And everybody, again, please give Inganes a follow. Fabulous oil-painted miniatures as well. Let me lighten this up some more. The nifty thing, Camda, about these is that you can actually basically sculpt the base at the same time. Oh, and you can also put a nameplate on the base, and there's like 7 different types of nameplates. Actually, is it Moonlight Minis, Lord Dave, that has the nameplates on their bases there? I think it's Moonlight Minis. So see you later there, Lord Dave. I'll shoot you a message tomorrow. Again, glad you made it back, and congrats on everything there, Lord Dave. So yeah, everybody check out Moonlight Minis on My Mini Factory. They also have their own like an Etsy page, but they do the STO files also. So yeah, check out Moonlight Minis. I'm sure Moonlight Minis was at ReaperCon, because Moonlight Minis does a whole bunch of stuff for Reaper. Actually, I think Moonlight Minis made their latest charity figure. It was the river whatever, again for the floods there in Texas. Yeah, we need to get this whole, a little bit lighter on the top of those. These, no, we're going to do these two. Ah, that's fantastic, Lord Dave. Again, have yourself a good night's sleep. Again, appreciate you being here. Yeah, I still gotta get me one of those. I also gotta get some of the Ed figures too. We certainly have to paint at least one or two of the Ed figures on stream here. No doubt about it. Gotta try and get some, especially these up here, lighter. Pesky little things. Very pesky little things, but this, again, that's what the liner brush does very well, is get to those tiny little things like such. Because the bristles, remember, they're not like sable brushes, all wimpy and stuff like that. These are very firm bristles, which means I can kind of do these brush strokes either way. Whereas with the sable brushes, there's pretty much only one way you can make a brush stroke, which is not helpful in places like this where it's there's not a whole lot of you can't just turn around and do it like this. You have to kind of go in the direction that's going to work best, where you're not touching other parts of the ship. Lighten up some of this now too. There. And we'll probably still come back with more of our dark for doing more panel lines too. We'll just change that a bit. So now what I do is making some changes based on what we ended up with our panel lines there. The actual panel lines. More light in here. Come on. All the way in there. Now, yeah, we need some stuff here too. I'm not going to do that with the... Right, we're going to take this kind of violet color here. It's a sort of a light middle tone, I guess you could say. Because we have not done a whole bunch of anything here on the side. Start getting a little something down there. Oop, there we go. Because this is the only way I could reach it is like this. And you can see there's no metal hand or no hands on that metal ferrule, right? None of this here. Again, miniatures generally get painted faster when the brush touches the figure. I know that's kind of a pro tip right there, but yeah, you want to actually be able to make contact with the figure itself, and it's easier to do that when you don't have that death grip on the brush. You'll also be amazed at how not tired you will be after a long session of painting. You can just ask the folks that have actually changed how they hold the brush and don't do the death grip on the brush anymore. And they'll always say, yeah, I don't feel quite so tired anymore, because I haven't spent the last couple hours or more trying to snap the brush in half with my hands. You'd be amazed at how not tired you would be. Because I've literally seen people hold a brush like this. I'm not sure if they're trying to stab somebody with it or not. I don't know. But I've seen that and thought, that's an aggressive way to hold the brush. Fine, I'll try to get me a little more of that light over here. Some on that cowling there. Then we also need some in there. Like, I only got 2 fingers on the brush. Talking about caressing the brush there and not crushing it. There's just those 2 fingers and nothing else. That's it. Now, how's about we go even a little lighter again? All I got these 2 fingers. Let's see, this finger's on my thumb here. Look at this. This is what I got. And they're just going to put ourselves a little bit of our lighter coat right there. That's it. Look at this. same deal there. Now I gotta refresh that brush first. Wait a sec. There we go. Doing it again. On the top here. Now we also have inside. Gotta make that a little lighter too. Alright, that works. Fine, a little something on the side of that, a little something on the side of this. Now back in here. Let me take a little look-see at how we did. Okay, so we will go, yeah, let's go later on those. Again, this was our, that's the Ranger class battleship there. Again, that's it was pretty much clearly listed as basically an old era ship that was kind of modernized. Now this one, as I just looked at it on the site, this seems to be, this is Galactica era here. This is definitely not like a modified classic Galactica era ship. So I'm taking this. Where's my sky? There's my sky blue. And we're going to do the outer edges of our engines here. A little later, I think. Also, too, that should just be all light in there. There we go. However, this kind of had to be done in stages. None of this paint is dry, but it is set. That's a critical difference there. Ah, there's a little something in there. We need the lighter. Back in here. Now this may be a little more thinner. Ooh, we really gotta stick this thing down. Okay, good. We got that. Let's do this one lighter. There we go. And then we need ourselves a bit more of a lighter engine glow back there. Same deal here, because that's actually closer to it. So I'm going to take this brush here. We're going to, I don't have any of my Prussian blue. I'm going to give me just a tiny bit. Well, we're going to use this right here. Come on, a little more. There we go. And we're just going to dry brush that to knock that down. It's a little too light there for being that far away from the glow. So by knocking that down, our glow back there gets that much lighter. I'm going to go even lighter here, closer to where that glow originates from, over here. And then we'll use this as a blending brush again. I'm just going to make sure I take that paint off of here. And away we go. Do the same over here. Some more light there, because again, that's awful close to that other engine. Lighter. I think we got it now. And then back to the edges on these things. Here. These guys are, I think we're good to go on those. Some of our white mixed with some of our violet there. And try and put a little more of our light down here on the ventral side. Not a bunch. a little something there. Yeah, not a bunch. Let's get some lighter stuff over here. We don't know. We never did our think. Oh, that's right. I think we had a raid while we were doing some of those panel lines there. All right, let's do some right there. And yeah, we don't like something with the oils. Very easy to just wipe it away. You could take the brush, wipe it away. You could use a makeup sponge. You don't even have to put, say, thinner on it or whatever. You could just, like, see there, that's too heavy. We could just wipe that away very easily with some, either a blending brush or whatever. See, that did not work out the way we want. So we're just going to take this and we'll just blend that away. It also kind of stains and darkens those panels a little bit. Now, I think we're going to get our lighter stuff on the nameplate here, like we did on the other side. Something lighter here. Let me really break this down. So again, this is Battlestar Titan. I don't know if this is supposed to be, in size and scale relationship to Galactica. Is this supposed to be that much bigger? Printing limitations said it can be this big. Because this is just about as big as it could be and still fit on the Anycubic Mono X build plate. So that was one of the deciding factors. If you're wondering, well, what decided that scale? It was because that's as big as I could print it. Also, too, again, it takes up a wee bit of resin. As another deciding factor there, and the size that it was going to get printed at. Because you can only make these so small. That was another lesson that was learned very early on. So yeah, I think some of these probably, even Galactic itself, in relation to some of these other ships, probably should be maybe smaller. I don't know. I was wondering, Recoil, because as I was looking for this ship to see what the name of it was, guess what I ran across? That was one of the first ships there, Recoil. And I don't even know if I have that one. I could swear I had that one downloaded already. But that is definitely one that I want to paint, Recoil, for sure. Yeah, it's ironic, right? That's one of the ships that I saw. I wonder if it's on the same page as because there's what, like 20 pages just of Galactica ships, right there, Recoil. Nice to see you there, Plankwalker. Happy Tuesday. As well, now we're 2.5 hours into Tuesday here. So great to see you there, Plankwalker. Because it was looking awful similar there. That's probably why I didn't print it out. If I already did download it, it's probably why I didn't print it, because I thought, okay, it's essentially another Galactica. I guess the question is it Caprica? No, not Caprica. Is it pre Battlestar Galactica era, the new war? It hasn't been stripped down quite as much as Galactica. Because at least I know, I think on his say he talks about how they basically were taking away some of the armor plating and putting on other Battlestars. I do believe there are Grand Oracle. I think there's a classic era base star. I don't know if there's a current there. I don't think there's a resurrection ship. But I'm pretty sure there's a classic era base there. There's also, oh, there's the Raptor tender. That's right. That's one I wanted to print out, was the Raptor tender. And then some of the Ghost Fleet ships too, right? Rico, I wanted to print out some of those. And I do believe there are Vipers and Cylon Raiders. Let me do this here. Now again, I don't remember if the Ghost Fleet ships are supposed to be, that pre-Second War era type ship, or if they're actually from the Second War. Again, a little bit more of our lights in there. Yeah, Grand Oracle. I still have. Oh, it's from Game Buddy. It's the Agamemnon from Babylon 5. Now that one obviously would be a printable file. Now, hopefully, of the scale that I would like it to be. I got that one a while back. I think I even started. I even did print a Galactica from somebody else. I don't know who it was, but it was from. It was in multiple pieces. So they are from the first Cylon War then. Okay. Because it looked like that's what they looked like. Recoil is that they were from the original Cylon War. Grand Oracle, definitely treat yourself to Caprica, right? Recoil. I mean, that was especially in this. I mean, in this day and age, right? Recoil, it would have done much better if it had aired during this time than say when it did years and years ago. So see you later there, Grand Oracle. Appreciate you being here as always. And have yourself a good night's sleep. Let me get this going here. Now, as far as the Saturday stream, it could be some more dwarves. I think actually, because I want to uh, add to the our Khazad-dûm dwarf. Oh, actually, Recoil. Remember, I was saying earlier, I got to go into that one song and into Audacity. That's it. I got to go into Audacity and chop off that last 20 some odd seconds of it. Now, it did the same thing with the Galadriel song, Recoil. It like stopped, and then all of a sudden there's this little quiet instrumental thing that it does, which that wouldn't really work too well for the videos. And once again, Recoil, I told it to be like a live acoustic type of show. Yeah, there was no acoustic and there was no live sound. The irony is that the Sky Reels did that, and I can't even put that in the description. So I found that kind of hilarious. So Recoil, it's a little bit like, well, a little bit like Yorktown or Enterprise, the Gray Ghost. Yeah, so the Yorktown was reported destroyed multiple times. Even at the Battle of Midway, it was reported destroyed. I mean, it ultimately was there, or sunk anyway. But yeah, they sank it like 3 times. Let me hit this a little more. There, okay, there we go. Yeah, Grand Oracle. The Caprica is basically kind of explaining how the whole Cylons came to be. And again, really, for this day and age, it really is, it would explain a lot. Now, again, you can see I got some of the orange there on my hand. A few seconds with some warm water and dish soap, and that is all gone. Now, I'm just going to get me a little bit of the fast matte white out here. Again, that is for some of our brightest stuff. That's all we need that for. As well, now we're starting to close in on hour number 4. How time flies while you're painting a Battlestar. Yeah, I do think that Blood and Chrome was supposed to be another series, right, Grand Oracle? They only ever did the one webisode, as they call it. Let me lighten the insignia here just a little smidge. A little something on that. Couple of later edges on this one panel here. Some more light up there. I believe this last ship that we did, I think this one's called the Atomic Carrier, right? Yeah, I think that's the Atomic Carrier right there. Again, it has no launch bays or anything like that. At least not for Vipers and Raptors. Let me hit, yeah, a couple little lights up here on this stuff. Also, somehow need to get a little more light down in here, because that needs to be raised. If we do this on the other side, we kind of sort of did that. Yeah, that is so weird, Rico. I guess I'm just trying to think. Are they holding on to it for a higher price? Although sometimes recoil, it's better that it's not just like every 2 years something new is cranked out and it's all redone. Like certain other shows just keep, there's too many in too short a time. Maybe it's for the best actually. Because it seems like with other things, sometimes maybe there's just a little too much cranked out and it needs a 5, 10, whatever, 15-year hiatus. Okay, yeah, that's a little better now with that little reset there. So yeah, now starting to add again some of the latest highlights on our ship here. Again, this is Battlestar Titan, which I'm pretty sure is a do I want to say current era, I guess, recoil of BSG. Maybe that's the name I should use. Now, can't make that any lighter. It's as light as that can go. And a couple lighter panels in there. Maybe a little something. Not that light down there. Where's our blending brush here? Or in this case, a micro blending brush. Extra bit of light on the top of these. This outer edge, I guess. Now, sometimes that gets kind of wiped away. Gets hit by my finger or whatever. I have to balance my hand on it. few extra. There we go. Some lights there. I'll probably have to do this on the other side too. I recoil. Hopefully, there's. I'm sure there's something fabulous and delicious coming because well, it's almost 3 o'clock here. It's getting closer and closer to supper time there. Well, it's getting closer and closer to supper time here too, right? Recoil. That's better. Get that going. Some another panel in there. Also over here. Let's do one in there. Another lighter one out here. Now that really does break this down instead of just being a whole bunch of very boring flat panels, which would make it look really, really tiny. Again, the whole point of doing all of this stuff is to try and make this tiny ship appear bigger. It's not any bigger, but when you see a whole bunch of little tiny panels like this, that in your mind's eye, you think, wow, okay, those panels are pretty. We know what size those probably are in that real life whatever. So when we see those tiny little things on something like this, again, it makes it look bigger than it really is. And that is something you could do on your Battlefleet Gothic ships. You could even do it on some of your vehicles. I mean, heck, with those Gunpla things in the Gundam, they have those panel line scribers so that you can actually physically carve in more panel lines. They must be important if there's tools to specifically carve those things in. Do this here. Over on this side now. Yeah, we still got to get. No, let's back up here and let's do this with our darker stuff here. What's my other brush that we've been using for the darker line? Let's do that here. Again, not too much thinner. There we are again, just creating some extra little panels here that do not exist. It's all just being made up here. And as we add these things, it does create a sense of scale here. That, man, this must be really huge. Because I can see the metal plates that make it up. Yes, we'll even do some of that here where we got our red. We do have to lighten up some of our red here too. We'll get to that. And I guess, well, I don't think we're really going to be getting any new B5 stuff either, right, Recoil? Unfortunately. That's a bummer, but I don't even know if a good job could be done with it. That's another concern. Just doesn't seem like remakes have been friendly to any shows or IPs at all. It might be a little too pinkish. Let's get a little bit of orange in that. So we had 120 Battlestars of different classes. By the time the Second War came along, and that build-up started 20 years after the First War. And I think now, of course, it's been long enough, Recoil, since I've seen the series that was it 10, 15 years or something like that where nobody showed up to those meetings that were supposed to happen? like on that neutral station, until all of a sudden, one of the sixes shows up. Yeah, I think for the longest time the Cylons were no shows at that meeting. I believe that's in the pilot. I think, is it in Razor? It must be like in Razor or something, Recoil, where they actually show the attack and everything, and they show what happened with Pegasus. I'm pretty sure that was Razor, wasn't it, Recoil? So again, I even put a couple little panel line type things in our red there. And we'll do a little flamingo in here and make that more of a reddish color here. And yes, that's what I'm going to call the Battlestar symbol in there, the flamingo. Oh, geez, Rico, I gotta see about making a. Well, if I don't have a patch made, at least have a sticker recoil that is made in that texture of a patch. But I still want to have the patch too. There are many copies, right, recoil, but their plan. Maybe they needed to rethink their plan just a little bit. I think actually doesn't one of the Cavils kind of say that? He's like, we had a plan. Maybe the plan wasn't so good. We never did get our later stuff up here. I knew there was something different up there. We go. Okay, that helps. Now that I've got the darker things over here, I can maybe try to. Now we'll work it this way. This is the easier way. Okay, I get more panel lines in here, or more panels. Actually, there was another ship that really interested me, Rico. Again, when I was looking at them here, it's been a while since I really looked at them. There was the Cobalt class. I think that was also a basically classic era ship too, wasn't it, Recoil? But yeah, I think I saw something called the Cobalt class. It would have to be a pretty large ship if they're going to call it that. Okay, I don't want that to get too late. Let me compare this to. Okay, so see, it's a little bit darker than this one here. That's what I was hoping. I don't want it to get to be too late. Let me lighten you up a smidge there. Lighten you up too. Of course, recoil. One of my favorite instances. I think it was in Razor. I think where the one Cylon idiot that gets caught, and Cavill was like, "How could you be so stupid?" He says, "How could they know it was me? That guy was wearing teal. I was wearing burgundy." Yeah, that was not one of the smarter Cylons. All right, let me limit my dark red on the flamingo here. This flamingo too. And then this flamingo. Yeah, something like that. Not gonna put any kind of weathering on this. We've done that on our scaled World War II ships, but we're not doing that on our Battlestars here. Couple extra little separations of those panels. I got a little too light there. Now all along this, I think here, let me go back to my really light stuff one more time. This is our again our fast matte white here. Boom, there we are. It's really getting lighter now. Yeah, we have to not have a death grip on that brush. It's to be very, very light. Up here, same deal. Maybe even on the edges of some of these little guys here too. Yeah, let's do that. So unfortunately, to print these things out, normally I would print them out just on their side, but because of the size of the ships, to be able to print them out this big, they have to go like this, which means that these are going to get nailed by all kinds of support nubs. Yeah, recoil, and actually now recoil, if you listen to the series at all with the commentary, because once you've seen the whole thing, and then you play it with the commentary, it's interesting because they do talk about, things maybe that went haywire, or stuff that they, an effect that they wanted to have happen, but it just didn't quite work the way they wanted. Or where they say, well, we thought we was going to get canceled, so we did this instead. So yeah, if you haven't listened to it with the commentary, that once again you've seen the whole thing, it's kind of a nifty thing to listen to that. Now I don't know if that is, if you're doing it via streaming. I know it's on the DVDs for sure. So that might be worth a look-see there. So yeah, basically, and it's in the closing credits where you see that weird little animation, and usually one of the two creators is kind of getting, well, injured in some weird way. Ah, okay, that's why. Now, this would be this is the regular. This is a BSG Rico. I think they also did do the. Oh, actually, and what's nice, Rico, is sometimes the actors too. Yeah, so I think there's one with James Elmos because he directed an episode. So yes, sometimes the commentary is also the actors are on there because they might have directed the episode or helped produce it or something like that. Still trying to work in some more light there, but yeah, not too much. I'd almost prefer that those are. Now we'll leave them that. We'll leave them that way. We'll leave them like that. Not too much thinner on this though. Trying to get the bottom edge of that cowling a little lighter there. Again, we just have the 2 fingers on the brush. That is it. We need a super, super light grip there. I'm going to try to lighten up the name over here. And then I think I'll go back with some of the, yeah, let's go back a little bit of the dark here. Nope, that might work. So again, that is Battlestar Titan there. Just getting that nameplate there. So again, this is ship number 6. Where is number 7? Oh, here it is. So this would be our next one here. That's a unusual ship. I think this was probably meant to be a somewhat smaller ship here. You can see it's definitely not quite the size and scale here of Titan. Now I'm going to take a little quick look here at the base. Now I don't think I really want to do too much more. Yeah, let's not do too much more on the base. Let's leave that be. Now here is this a landing bay? If that is the case, I might change this around a little bit here. I will maybe give it that kind of coloration. And then we might do something like this. I think if I go this way with, no, wait a minute, let me take my blending brush to that. I'm going to do that here as well. Kind of right down that middle there. This. Oh, geez, recoil. I haven't even had a chance to see any more episodes of Space Above and Beyond. Maybe when I'm over these next few days this week trying to construct all the miniatures. Can try to do that. A little bit more of my light right in there. A little extra light along this, along here. I was thinking about a little reflected light on this down here. I'm gonna backtrack. Give me some of the green. Okay, that's more of a greenish gray. Yeah, okay, that's better. Oh, yeah, that's right, recoil. That's right. I think actually recoil, that was around the same time. Oh, and then then the stuff happened here too. Yeah, I think we were both trying to see it, and well, stuff happened, as they say, right? Recoil. I think we both got verschmizzled while we were trying to see that. Let me do that. Yep. Oh, here now. Let me get. Where's my latest light on this? Yet another one of the gun mounts there. Try to work in a couple other little lighter areas here. Followed by a panel line. I mean, Rico, it's you think, okay, all right, we've I think we're kind of in the clear here, and then all of a sudden, boom, you're you're not in the clear anymore. You're more in it, and you know what the it is. Oh, there's more panel lines to be done here. Yep, we should get some of those over here. I think we did them on. No, we didn't do them on this side. All right, I'll do some up here too. I just I'm trying to think of that was that about 2010, 2011 when they made that recoil? I'm trying to think the last time I've seen it recoil. It's been a long, long, long time. I think I already said this recoil. It's been long enough that I wouldn't necessarily be surprised by, say, the overall ending, but there would be stuff, happening in the episodes that I don't remember that. I do like the way it also goes into, well, what Toron was like and Pycon, what the different worlds were like, and why Caprica itself was so key. Let me try this here, right over here too. Yeah, because I'm in the in the 2003, 2007 show, whatever, 2007 to 2000, whatever. They did give you a little flavor, like the Sagittarians and such. There were the Pycon was the obviously the water world because, well, Pisces and all. But you do get the sense that Caprica is kind of like, well, the like a United States-ish type of a thing. Going back to my later stuff here. Boom. Or if you want to break it down, okay, Caprica is like New York, and the different worlds are more like states out west, states in the south. Let's go. Where's my dark? I think that might actually bring out some of the details around these gun mods a little bit better than just a whole bunch of only light. See if we can do that here. Of course, now that I just put those lights there right on the front of the ship, now we're going to just stick our hand on that. Because that's how it goes. But yeah, plenty of panel lines now. need a couple of ones that go this way, like right there. Let me reinforce that. Okay, there we go. Possibly even here too. Go back to my lightest stuff one more time here. Oh, geez, too much thinner on that brush. Let's thicken this up a little and then get some of that paint off of there. Holy smokes, there's a lot of paint on that brush. Let's get rid of some of that because this needs to be lighter there. And then maybe even tiny bit of extra light in these recesses here. And then these two. Nice to see you there, Git. Everybody please say hello to Painterly Git. Git, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Now, Git, do you have any special little kind of events planned at all for the fall? I wasn't sure if there was a maybe a trip down to Detroit or something like that that might be happening in the fall or whatever. And of course, Git, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Here's hoping that Rasco is doing super well also. Let's make that lighter. Let's make that a little lighter. So everybody check out the Instagram link there that Painterly Git just shared. Oh, the duckies. The duckies, that's right. Geez, actually, Painterly Git. So who is the guest for... I think there is going to be a council this month, right? Obviously, that is still weeks away. But that's... I forgot to ask who's going to be the guest there. Recoil on Toron, you definitely don't walk near open bodies of water with concrete shoes, right? That's a poor choice in footwear on Toron. But yeah, they boy, I'm telling you, Rico, there's a bunch of things I would probably be kind of surprised at. I'd be like, oh, man, I forgot all about this detail or that detail. So next Git gonna be Pocket Pigment talking about starting up a convention. That's not an easy thing to do, right? Painterly Git. You'd think it wasn't easy to do in the old days pre-internet, but it's not necessarily that much easier now because there's so much competition, right? Painterly Git. There's so many other conventions out there. I'll be curious, if he talks about, okay, does the convention really need to find an identity? Can it be all things to all people, or does it really have to kind of almost specialize to kind of stand out above the noise, I guess, if you want to call it that? Here's another area where I was trying to get some light down in here before, but there was no way. There was no way. I was like, holy smoke, there's no way to get anything lighter down there. Probably like 2 hours ago or so. Now there is. That sounds fantastic, Painterly Git. I don't know, I was thinking of maybe it might be interesting if we did a Zoom thing, painting the cat, the whatchamacallits here. And actually, painted really good. I think I did get you some of these. Now, I think I maybe got you some. I don't know if you got the Sauron one or the Pippin one, but I think you do have some of those, right? Painterly get. And glad that Rascal is doing well, of course. I don't know. So is recoil is Squeak starting to give you a little bit of side eye, saying, "I think it's time for you to give me food, human"? Master, I don't mean to kind of give the conversation away already, like weeks in advance, right, Git? But if those are questions that you want to pose or something like that, I mean that's kind of what pops into my head, especially what's Armored Wolf has been working really hard for years now to establish Ursa up there in Alaska, and that's grown. And of course, even Adepticon, right, used to be a few hundred people. Now it's almost 12,000. So yeah, Rico, I don't know. And actually, I think I don't know, I'll have to send you maybe some of those in addition to the STL files for the Wapelius Spellbrush. Yeah, Paint Really Good. There is a there. I made what's it via Eldritch Foundry. I've made a new Wapelius Spellbrush figure. There'll be many more of those. Now, oh, that was what I was at. Yeah, okay, that was. I couldn't remember what it was called. Sorry, there, Paint Really Good. The brain is not doing brain stuff today, so I just could not remember what it was called. And I could swear that was sometime in the late summer, early fall. You know what? Let me try to get a little something. Oh, there's a no panel lineage there. Let me try to get that a little more. And I think here, if we go darker, that'd be better. Yeah, get. I mean, you need. There's volunteers, and then there's volunteers you can count on, and those are usually two very separate things, right? Painterly get. And sometimes it's folks that had the best of intentions, maybe, but then maybe stuff changed, or they find out what volunteering really means. Yeah, that was well, that was during the crazy time, right? See you later there, Irid. Irid, why don't you post once again, one more time? Post your the link to your Pinterest there, and everybody, please give Irid Canwife a follow as well. That's I can see it working just like that recoil. Now recoil, there are a few dogs on the Eldritch Foundry site. I don't remember. I think one of them is French Pug, but I don't know quite what the different dog breeds are, if there are all that many. Yeah, that's where the volunteer line right painterly get. Everybody takes one step backwards, and there's only a couple of folks that are left standing there, and those are the ones that get volunteered. So see you later there, Arid. Everybody again, check out the link that Arid just shared, and please give Arid a Canwipe a follow. Also, you'll be doing your normal Friday, Saturday streams, right, Arid? So Painterly gets, since you were last here, we've added a few animations. Now, of course, this is the latest one since college football is now underway. There we go. There's the Wappleville Sports Network featuring the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference. So look at that. In first place, you have Swampton, and then of course their fierce rivals Barton. Yes, indeed. And then of course, well, somewhere here we've got, and we did this a few, maybe a month, not even a month ago, I don't think. Whoops, I think I already passed by it there. Maybe not. Oh yeah, okay, there it is. Now that's the old painting. We need the. Oh, I did pass it by because it's been so long since I've seen it. I forgot where it was. Actually, I still don't know quite where it. Oh, there it is. Where's my linseed pyramid? Well, I don't see it there. Oh well. I have to remember where that is. So see you later there, see you later there, Painterly Git. Have fun with Rascal there. Now let's see, it's 3:24, so 4:20. That's right around 5. It's about that time for Rascal. Trying to get that filled in like so. Now this, we can't really do too much with that. Now this stuff over here, we got to do something with this area. Let me do a few things with our darker lines. And maybe now I'll try to come back with some lighter stuff. I don't know. Let me see what happens here. There's my brush. Some of that violet maybe. Kind of a mid-range. Well, that's going to get a little bit lighter with all that white that's hitting it there. Is that going to be too light? Doesn't look that way. Yeah, some of these are a little too dark. Also, a little something lighter there. Ooh, and that top edge. Of all these cowlings here. Nope, not the way we want this skin. This violet here. Few more. Oh, thanks, Camda. Appreciate that. Camda, if you wanted to share some stuff in the chat there, I know it's not quite time yet to share that other thing, but I know you have a few things you can share. Some fabulous oil painted stuffs there. Get that going this way now. Yep, like that. A little something there. These need some mid-range stuff too. I might check out that Instagram link that Camda just shared. Nope, that's too dark up in there. Go back to my much lighter stuff here, I think. That's fantastic, Camda. Now, Camda, hopefully the different things kind of worked out for that. I know there was a couple of things that, geez, I wish I had done this when I first kind of started. It would have been less time or whatever, but hopefully in the end, it all worked out. Oh, October's get okay. Actually, Paint really get just maybe shoot me a message. Just remind me to just shoot a message to Muse's Touch there. Or if Muse's Touch wants to just send me a message or something like that, if they got a question or whatever, just say, hey, go ahead and shoot him a message. Thanks, Paint really get appreciate that, and have a fantastic Tuesday. Oh, no problem there, Paint really get. Alright, we're doing this now here, a little bit of that, okay. Maybe work in a little more here. What is happening here? That's some of that. A little something lighter there. No, I don't want to lighten up that red area. Let's leave that alone. Now we came back in with the dark to sharpen the. Let me take a couple little extra lights on. These edges just keep getting lost, so I bring these back here a little bit. That one too. Okay, there we are. Another smidge of some lighter not panel lines, but the lighter panels, and then over here, this is another area that was when I tried to do stuff in there when the glazes were still very fresh there. Now that those have had a chance to set, I think we can. Ooh, that's gonna be too. Maybe not too light in there. We need a little something, not too much. It's borderline too much down in there. I think I probably need to somehow sneak in a little more light there too. Okay. We're good to go there. That needs to be lighter as well. No, that's all pretty much in shadow there. Don't lighten that up too much. So again, all these little panels and stuff, those do not exist. Those have all been essentially painted on. And again, all of this plus the base, 4 hours, 24 minutes. This started out just as some dark, basically really dark turquoise primer on both the ship. Well, the ship was more of a dark bluish, and then the base itself is more of a dark turquoise. It's essentially what we've done primer-wise for all of the ships. And again, this one's what, number 6? number seven's going to be a definitely a different design there. So again, this is probably what you'll be seeing next Monday, unless I am able to print up another ship during this week. I mean, it's possible. There's a couple right recoil that I'm very tempted to try and get printed out for next Armada Monday. Do a little bit more of that now. Touch of light there. Also some there. Nice like that. So let me compare color-wise here to, or mostly value-wise. Okay, so it's about the same, a little bit on the darker side than our Ranger class battleship. That's what I was looking for. Let me see this. I think we need to go a little later along that edge and this one too. Where are we at? Oh, there we are. Already did that side. Ah, this is another place where we either need a little bit of panel lineage or something. Something a little bit later, right in there. Okay, that's good. So again, programming a note. We'll certainly be doing, well, another Spacescape. It will most likely be another one of our Flat Thursday challenges as I try to do 4 Spacescapes in one stream. I think now as we get to the 4 1/2 hour mark, and we need to get some filming done here tonight. Also, got to do some, got to take some miniatures off of a build plate there, so that we can keep going with our printing. This is where we say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Also the raids, because we had at least 3 raids, I do believe, during this session here. I also want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing the moderations, and of course, happy birthday. Well, now it's even Tuesday there, but congratulations, and also happy birthday to Armored Wolf, bestest moderator on the Twitches. That was a little too dark here. Let me get that gone. There we go. There we go. So we're going to zoom out here so we can compare this one again to our last ship. So again, a little bigger, a little bit beefier too. This is last week, and here is our latest of our BSG ships. So very fun. Here, I'm going to get this raid countdown underway. So thank you so much, Rico. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. And well, give Squeak an extra treat for me. So see you later there, Rico. Thanks again. Appreciate that. And see you later, Mom.